Ladies and gentlemen, how are you doing today? I am your planetary defense commander, Star-Lord New Thor 7, and I splurged and got myself some new $5 Christmas lights. And boy, am I honored and grateful that I get to hang out with you here today and tonight and this evening. I know we haven't hung out a lot in November, and hopefully I will solve that situation in December, but we will see what happens, my friend. Oh, and I gotta also point out that I'm in fundraiser mode. And so, because my hackers are very upset apparently, the best way to contribute to Thor News this month is going to be through the mail. You're gonna have to write a letter, put a contribution in the letter, and then send it to Thor at 5430 Birdwood Road, apartment number 416, Houston, Texas 77096. Yeah, I will probably be repeating that throughout tonight's broadcast. And sometimes people are like, all you do is beg for money. And I'm like, look, man, first of all, I put out information to everybody for free every month, and that usually ranges from between 30 to 90 videos. And most of the time, I hit the mark pretty hard with a bullseye. Plus, I include humor, optimism, and I ask a lot of cool questions. And so, you have politicians out there who don't really add anything to anything, and they're always out asking for money. Plus, through 2021, I'm going to be exploring the idea of actually running for governor of Texas in 2022 or president of the United States in 2024, because I don't really like any of the politicians, bro. Though I don't want to trigger anybody. If tit came to tat, I would probably make out with AOC. But hey, have you ever argued with someone over politics and then you guys made out? Sometimes disagreeing in a civilized way can be like foreplay. All right, I just want to say that I love you. I'm proud of you. Holy crap, was 2020 crazy or what? And it is not even over, my friends. Man, I'm trying to do some fancy production value with my new Christmas lights, but that shit is not happening. And hey, at the moment, I regret to inform you, I do not have chat on. My hackers apparently are really mad, so they've started siphoning my super chat money, so that is off. And then for the last month, people have just been losing their minds. And so they're angry at other people. It is called displaced aggression. And so, look, man, calling people names on the internet, that don't help you. That don't help anybody, really. But a lot of people like to do it. And it appears to me that like 2012 through 2020 was like the era of the trolls. You know what I'm saying? And so trolls rule. But the trolls' day is coming to an end. Now, I want to remind you, Pluto, Jupiter, and Saturn are still in Capricorn. And Jupiter and Saturn are in like the last freaking degrees of Capricorn before they enter into Aquarius. On the 16th, Saturn will be leaving Capricorn, which it entered, I think it was December 19th, my birthday of 2017. Could be wrong about that date. Anyway, so Saturn's been there for a while. Jupiter's been there for like a year and a half. And then Pluto's been there for a while. Anywho, Saturn leaves Capricorn on the 16th of December. And okay, we back that shit up. Oh yeah, if you're new, I cuss during my live broadcasts. So here's the deal. On the 14th, we are going to have a total solar eclipse. And this is super duper fantastical because we had a solar eclipse on Christmas Day or night last year. And that kicked off this whole thing. And so since that Christmas eclipse, this will be our 7th eclipse in under a year. And that is pretty magnificent. That is pretty fantastic. That, my friends, is pretty crazy. And so, expect things to ramp up from now, because eclipse energy, you can believe whatever you want to, but I believe that eclipse energy is pretty wild. And so expect for the energy to continue to get crazy and crazier leading up to the 16th or the 14th, which is the solar eclipse. And then on the 16th, Saturn finally leaves Capricorn and heads into Aquarius. And then on the 19th, which is my birthday, Jupiter leaves Capricorn and enters Aquarius. And then on the 21st, the winter solstice, both planets conjunct together in Aquarius. And the royal conjunction of the two planets is a pretty major deal. So it's almost like you have luck and you have karma leading together to set the tone for the next 20 years. Now, we're not just setting a tone for a 20-year cycle. We're also setting a tone for a 200-year cycle and an 800-year cycle. So technically, it is my job as your planetary defense commander to raise everybody's vibration, improve everybody's attitude, level everybody up, and get everybody in the game and at the table so that we are ready to go in to the grand conjunction all bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. Now, how do you feel about that, darling? I feel pretty good. Okay, my 8-year anniversary of Thor News was on the 23rd of November. I've not had time or place to celebrate, so if you don't mind, I'm going to open a bottle of Francis Ford Coppola's Pinot Grigio. I don't know how, this was made in 2018. Someone drinking one of them fancy bottle cap wines, you know. Cheers, y'all. God bless everyone. May we have an amazing December. Woo! That shit is tart. And so for me personally, being a Sagittarius Capricorn, I knew that the last 2 weeks of the Capricorn degree, like when my super chat money went working, or PayPal or Cash App, or the Venmo I think is working, that didn't surprise me at all. Because I knew, like, Capricorn is like restriction. And so I've been restricted all year. I've been restricted for a while. And so that I knew my restrictions would probably tighten leading up to, you know, the 16th and then on. And so I'm going to try my best to stay cool, stay grateful, stay blessed, stay happy, stay calm and collected. Because I have worked my ass off all year. And not only that, but for 8 years. And so I'm hoping a lot of that hard work is going to pay off and that somehow it will come back to me. We'll see, though. It's always worked out before, no matter what challenges we have faced, or I have faced personally. But the next 6 weeks are definitely going to be challenging, probably for every single one of us. Man, I just posted that video on the coronavirus, and I've been kind of trying to avoid my comments because, like I said, people are just freaking angry or upset, and so, you know, I don't know, 5 minutes after the video had posted, I got all these people calling me fucking names, you know, but a lot of them are the same people who said the virus was a hoax all year, or that it's no worse than the flu, or like vaccines the devil. I don't know, man. It's just, I don't know how people can stay focused on negative energy all the time. They're like, the virus itself is a horrible thing. We are dealing with it. And definitely, corporations are butt fucking people daily. Definitely. Governments are butt fucking people daily. But I don't understand why people are mad at other people, like the average fucking citizen. Like, man, I do not call lockdowns. I do not, keep you from entering Canada or New Zealand. I'm doing my best to put out the information I have in my own kind of way. And that, look, I respect you're totally allowed to disagree with me. But taking it personally that I have a different belief than you do, that to me just means that your belief system is not that solid. No disrespect. Because like I said, like hold on, I'm trying to stay cool. 1 second, please. And, during this emotional civil war, I told y'all back in March, Trump wasn't going to win. And he didn't win. Biden's up by like 6 million, 0.9 votes, 6.9 million votes. And Trump is fucking hilarious, man. I try not to trigger people, but I don't think he knows that at this point he has to prove his case in court. Right? That the whole PR thing, that doesn't really work in this situation. And so, if he believes a fraud has taken place, he needs to gather that evidence, take it to state courts, and then at some point, I guess, they're going to try to take it to the Supreme Court. But I want to remind you, the Supreme Court rules on previous cases. So, if the Supreme Court is your main strategy, you need to have strong cases ahead of it. And technically, he needs like 2 or 3 states to overturn their evidence for him to win president, which ain't gonna fucking happen. And that's what I thought was so hilarious, where I put up a video pointing out everybody how it was gonna go down, and like 44% of the people disliked the video. I was like, look, man, I'm just telling you how it's gonna go down. Like, Trump would say, fuck your feelings. And so this is a fuck your feelings kind of a situation where you're allowed to feel however you want about the situation, but how you feel about it is not going to affect the outcome of the electoral votes or the court cases that are being decided in Pennsylvania, Georgia, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, And so I've just been trying to tell people that, hey man, whether you like it or not, the guy I voted for, Biden, is going to be in the Oval Office January 20th. And there's still a bunch of people saying, stick to the weather. And I'm like, what? First of all, Planetary Defense Commander, I stick to a lot of stuff. And I'm just trying to get everybody, you got to be ready for if you're going to lose, and you got to be ready if you're going to win. And so, and I will stay away from, once the election shit is over, I will stay away as far away from politics as possible. Yeah, I don't know what's going to happen next. Maybe December is my last month as Planetary Defense Commander. That's interesting. That's very exciting. And I definitely think, what's so weird is, in the video I posted before, it showed that almost most nations are offering their people some type of worker support, anywhere between 70 and 90% of their normal wages throughout the entire pandemic. But the corporations have run us so ragged and indoctrinated us so much. Anytime they do anything to help the people, you get a bunch of people start to yell socialism. And so, although there was just a report I saw that, like another YouTube channel called the Veritas Report, they got $550,000 from the PPP loans. And I mentioned it, like shit, I kind of regret that all you had to do was fill out the form and say, hey man, my business is taking significant losses. So like for Thor News, I could have filled out the form and I would have got a minimum of 10 grand. Kind of regret that I didn't do that. I mean, not really, but I'm just saying that the same people who would bitch about socialism or whatever, they took $550,000 for their fucking YouTube channel. To get by the last 5 months of the pandemic. I definitely could buy cigarettes and beer on $550,000. I don't know, I was mentioning Alex Jones was making like $41 million a year before he got yanked. There's some guys that are really good at monetizing the YouTubes. And it's weird because their information is always sketchy. Now, I remind you, both political sides of the aisle are sketchy. But at the end of the day, I represent everyone from the richest to the poorest, and definitely the military and the first responders and the police and the truck drivers. And so, and the grandmas and the moms and dads. And so, sure, if you're a Yahoo that wants to have some bullshit theory on the coronavirus, go for it. But it's real. You don't want to get it. And that wearing a mask is not that big a deal in my opinion. So like I said, I don't know, dude, it has been such a fucking struggle dealing with Taylor Swift and every guy she ever fucking dated, and then like suspicious observers and the whole grand solar minimum and QAnon. I met with Q like October, was it? No, like November 10th, Q and I went and had beers. Man, he was upset. He was not happy. Anywho, but I'm just saying, trying to stay in the middle of all this shit has been quite a fucking, whoa, it's been woof, man. And so, will it continue into 2021? I don't know. We'll see what happens. But I have done my best. But I'm hoping that a miracle comes in. I get to do it because I love this job. I love being able to make videos every day. And dude, I got so much shit right this year. Whether it be the earthquakes, the volcanoes, locations, the West Coast on fire. I called the virus before the shit even hit. I told y'all Trump was going to lose, although half people didn't want to hear it. 47% of the people didn't want to hear that. I don't know. I think I'm really, 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 really good at my job. But a major, major shift is coming to not only me, but all of us on the 21st of December. And it'll probably be unlike anything we've ever seen. Now, remember, at the shift that happened in the year 2000, we had 9/11, and they took us down a specific course. And so what is going to happen after the Grand Conjunction this time? I don't know, man. It is definitely the forces of good versus evil. And I definitely think the rich people and the power players use politics for their own means. And so there hasn't been a whole lot of room for good guys. It just seems like there's been, you can either sell political points. Technical difficulty. Hello, technical difficulty. This is for Copeless. Pinot Grigio. talking to my party people. And so is this the Thor News Planetary Defense Commander last month? I don't know. We'll see. Maybe it's time for me to stop playing defense and go on offense. I could be like Arya and have my list. Be like all those action movies. But we will see. Now, won't we? Now, I'll probably play defense. And I always let karma settle my scores. Yeah, shit is totally going to be fucked up. Mars has been in Aries for 5 months. It will stay there till like January 4th. And so expect war to dominate. Maybe it's the 14th. And so expect everyone to stay in some type of a warring mindset over the next month for sure. Month and a half, 6 weeks. Yes. And I want to tell you, if you follow me, like almost every year, I started studying a new subject. And definitely this was the year that I consider them the heavens. Some of my fellow Christians get upset at the astrology component, but I'm a firm believer that like Mars, Jupiter, Venus, all the planets, they're the heavens. They've been there for a while. They have specific energies. They're like almost angels that watch over us. And so you can get a feeling from something. I mean, I definitely think the planets affect us in many ways. And so and you get to know the planets better. And so I'm grateful that I've gotten to know the planets better. You know what I'm saying? I'm grateful that I've continued to learn. And no matter what happens, I think I will continue to learn with or without a YouTube channel. I want to say thank you to whoever sent me the Life Recovery Bible. And you guys listen, because like I said, I don't read as much because my vision is not as good as it used to be. And this is large print. Hold on. Where did my glasses go? Oh, hey, first page. You definitely can find those glasses. One moment, please. I just had them. Now I do not. How lovely is your dwelling place, O Lord of heaven's armies. I long, yes, I faint with longing to enter the courts of the Lord with my whole being, body, and soul. I will shout joyfully to the living God. And the swallow builds her nests and raises her young at a place near your altar. O Lord of heaven's armies, my King and my God, what joy for those who can live in your house, always singing your praises. And thanks be to God, the divine creator, the one that gives us breath, light, life, strength, and courage. What a wild ride this life has been, wouldn't you say, my friend? So yeah, it is going to be a wacky and wild December. And, you know, if you love Trump and don't think the virus is real, by all means, you should go to his Georgia rally. He's going to have another rally. You should go to every rally he ever throws, man. You could end up being like The greatest Trump groupie of all time. I didn't like that guy. He's like a big clown to me. He wears more makeup than a clown. And he kept predicting the virus would just go away. Which, I mean, the guys who say the mini ice age is coming, they keep saying it. They continually are wrong. And people don't bat an eyelash. I don't know. It is such a weird fucking world right now. And then rock and roll is not legal on the planet. And me and Cranky Weather Guy agree that it looks like it takes about a month for the coronavirus to seed. Meaning that if you catch it, it takes a month for it to pop out and before you know. I mean, I've been saying that since like March. That's what apparently it is. But today the CDC dropped it down from 14 days to like 10 days. So they're telling you the exact opposite. So I don't know. Sure, it looks doomy. Sure, it looks gloomy. And so we're coming to that crossroads in life that is going to split off between, do we choose teamwork? Do we choose family? Do we choose friendship? Do we choose to work together? Or do we choose the same old shit we've been doing? And as I stated in the video before, Capricorn is very me, status quo. And Aquarius is the future, and we are all in this together, as Kai Pacha said. To where it's not about like one all-star or one rock star or one politician. It's about the whole team. And so that's like, I pushed so hard for the government to re-up the unemployment benefits extension. They did not do that. And that our government has offered the people very little help, even as they have rolling lockdowns, rolling restrictions. They have offered very little help to the people in the service industry, to restaurants, to bartenders. They've offered very little help to all the people that have been hit very hard at the same time that they've implemented a lot of restrictions. And so the people should have been unified. Like, the people represent the people. I used to go back and forth with Mr. Gurman, who worked at NASA for 5 different presidents in the solar division. We used to email each other back and forth a lot. And he explained to me that, like, you are NASA. That whether it be a corporation or a government, that's you, dude. That, like, we represent everything. We are part of every group that is out there. And it is so crazy that everybody picks, like, they isolate like the bad guys over here and then the good guys over here, when we're like, we're all humans and everybody is making their own decisions and choices as human beings. I don't think I said that as well as I should, but that like our focus should be on, like, what do we need to do to get past the next 7 months together as the virus ravages us. And so I don't think people are prepared mentally, physically, or spiritually for what is coming. I mean, dude, if on all the projections I laid out, we could see 6,000 dead in a day from the coronavirus. And so you had people go on and on for years about Benghazi when 4 people died. 9/11 changed our way of life. We were only like 181 deaths away from having a 9/11 today. And so, depending on how bad these numbers get, like, it's just going to be crazy. And that is why I can appreciate my wine today. I can appreciate my cigarettes for sure. I can appreciate the fact that I have a YouTube channel, I have electricity, that I have a roof over my head. Because I don't know what the world is going to look like 1 month from now. And that even though I spent like 5 years, 8 years trying to get us all united, we are more divided than I could, than I, so in like that, if my fundraiser doesn't go off and this is my last month as Planetary Defense Commander, I did my best. And I guess I failed, but fuck. Uniting y'all was one hell of a task, man. And I always hear people if I make a video about the coronavirus, I always get people calling me a fearmonger. And you know what the irony to me is that there's nothing people fear more than teamwork, than working together. That like there's nothing people fear more than accepting the blame for this complete fucking shit show we are now in called 2020. Yeah, my life's a game show. Maybe I'm gonna lose this round. Oh my god! Oh, Nancy Pelosi. Did I trigger you by saying that? Supposedly she put out a bill for the federal legalization of marijuana. I'm not big on politicians, and I'm not big on Nancy Pelosi, but I totally support the federal legalization of marijuana. And I think technically at some point you could run your car on hemp oil. So I don't know what's going to happen this month, man. I do know a lot of people are going to die. And I'm lucky I've got a decent amount of food in my fridge. And I don't have any place to go. I may get to go see my mama at the later end of the month. So I've been in quarantine for 5 days. I will definitely have at least another 15, if not longer, to make sure I don't have the virus and I'm not going to hang out with anyone. Because I know that I'm going to keep my mama or any of the people I might see at the end of the month, I will not give them the virus. And that has been a specific priority of mine. And I've been very tactical and smart about where I go, when I go. And I've mapped it all out. And I want to say, some person said that I've been hard on the baby boomers. And I apologize for that. But B, it's kind of the frustrating thing that, like, as Planetary Defense Commander, you know, me telling people 65 and above what to do has always been a precarious position, you know? And so there are things I try to do as far as like motivation, inspiration, I don't know, I guess you'd call it manipulation. And I've tried every trick I could in the book to get people to avoid the virus. So I don't want to lose you. And even if I don't lose you, I think I had it in November, and I wouldn't wish it upon my greatest enemy. Asterisk. Because like at this point, if the motherfuckers that have been stealing from me, hacking me, if they get it, I will probably laugh. But that only shows how this whole thing has hardened me and maybe even taken some shine off my heart. But I'm just saying that, like, yeah, I don't know. Like, part of me thinks giving up, trying to protect everybody, and just running for governor sounds like way more fun, you know? Or just being Thor News. That sounds way more fun than being Planetary Defense Commander. You know what I'm saying? That's some weird shit to think about, though. Just feels like a natural space for me. I like to defend and protect everybody. And I wish everybody did that. I wish we were all in Space Force together. It was like I talked about. One of the craziest things of this whole last year was, or the year before that, when I started hearing a lot of people talk about how they wanted to get rid of the left, you know? They're like, we're at war with the left. They sounded just like the fucking Taliban. The Taliban was like, we're going to war with the West. My guys, if you're fighting a direction, your purpose is probably kind of shitty. And so if America just wants to continue to have an emotional civil war for the next fucking however, hey man, I don't think I want to be Planetary Defense Commander during that shit, you know? We'll see what happens though. I have said I will finish out 2020 for you guys, regardless of how much money comes in, and then I will decide at the end of the year what I'm going to do for 2021. Because it has definitely been a weird thing to have people try to kill me or steal from me or hack me, and then me be like, well, I will pray on it. And I will just be cool and hope that it passes. But between us, it has been that, like, if I stay good-hearted and super cool, like, I have a protective shield around me. And no, won't get me fancy cars or helicopter rides or getting to go skiing in the Vale Mountain, but it has kept me safe through all this shit. And so I'm still optimistic about the future. But I don't think we know exactly what the world is going to look like in the spring. And look, cheers, if you're just joining me, this month, fundraiser, it's all by mail. If you'd like to contribute or support, my address is 5430 Birdwood Road, number 416, Houston, Texas, 77096. And you can put Thor on there. That should work. But that in 8 years, and I feel like a lot of times, especially when we're all sitting at the table and you guys are letting me talk, that I'm disagreeing with like 97% of everybody. We're like, I'm hanging out with everybody, and everybody's like, oh no, there's a large group. They totally control every fucking thing in the world. You know, call them whatever you want to, but there's a giant group, and every single thing that happens is part of their master plan. It's like I've been going around talking to people for like 20 fucking years, talking about this shit. And so we have supposed to be looking at all of the micro data that has been happening in real time. And so one major point that I've been presenting to the whole group was the blackout at the White House in 2015. It showed Barack Obama at the podium. I want you to stop thinking about politics, and I want you to just think about Planetary Defense Commander shit. So it's Obama, a lame duck president who's going out of office. And they shut the power out in the White House, at the Pentagon, all across Washington. The power just went off. And it was off for a while and it came back on. And I was like, oh, that's not good. Occam's razor would suggest incompetence in a shitty power grid. But if you have all these master plan theories, like the subground shit, and the shit on the moon has to have a better power grid control system than what we get, the average consumer, right? The Illuminati has to be able to power their phones through chargers that stay on the wall and they never have to fucking plug their phone in. I've seen that tech. What's it talking about? Oh, so what I've been asking people to do is what I want you to do is pay attention to the shit, not the shit that the media is talking about, not the shit that the YouTubers are talking about. Pay attention to the shit that nobody else is really talking about that much. Or the shit that me and Cranky Weather Guy talk about in our DMs. So like for me, the 2015 occurrence when like, that was almost like the people who could control the hackers they can shut your power grid down. Like I've been trying to explain that we've been in some form of a blackmail economy since 2008. And that the 2015, there was like Brexit and then there was the 2015 shutdown, but nobody really talked about that, and that was a footnote in all the shit the media ever talked about, but I talk about all the time. But to me, that just kind of showed that no, like there are power struggles within the largest secret groups. And I've been saying this consistently since 2015 that like as above, so below, that just as the people below are working it out, people above are working it out. And you're talking about a giant generational transfer of power from the baby boomers, Generation X, and everybody under. And while you and I are talking about shit that not many people talk about, our subject, Cranky and I, are like, well, wait, let's track this. The year started out when we assassinated like the Iranian head Pentagon guy. The Iran defense commander. We just straight up George Herbert Walker Bush assassinated his ass. That's not funny, but I'm just saying like, it was like what kicked off the whole shebang before 2020 got here. It was like right after the Christmas eclipse. That shit happened. Me and Cranky were both like, whoa, I don't want to get Cranky in trouble. Let's pretend Cranky's a figment of my imagination. Not a real person. But so that was the like kicked off the whole 2020 thingy. And then they just killed the top Iran nuclear scientist the other day. I think that was Israel. And so as eloquently and as marshmallowy as possible, they're like, Americans like to think they fucking know everything. Americans like to think they have all the puzzles solved. They know all the pieces. Although giant groups claim to be observers, it sounds like their observations have stopped and drawn conclusions on fucking everything. So why are you observing everything if you've already drawn all your conclusions? It's best to stay in an observational state and be like, hey, I don't have all the answers, man. Life is complicated. A life with 215 nations is complicated. Old secret societies, witches, pirates, occults, cults. There's so much we don't know. And so what I'm trying to say is that like there's a American level of hubris and bravado. Like we know everything. Name a subject. We'll give you a giant bumper sticker that will explain it all. And so in doing all of this, one of the things I understand the least is the whole war, Middle East stuff. That like I do my best to speak on American subjects because I was born in Illinois. I spent most of my time in Texas. I've been to like 30 of the states. I know and understand and get America. Like I will get pissed off. I will fight you or defend over American land because I have run around this town, boots on the ground, bar flying it, shaking hands, giving hugs, karaokeing all across from state to state, city to city, town to town. But dude, my credentials thin greatly as far as any opinions I have on things that happen in the Middle East. And the Middle East is like Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Iran, Syria, like the whole, it's like its own America if America had been at war, except for they've been around for thousands of fucking years. And so that like, I like to use like demigods or superheroes to understand things better. So that like America's like a new nation. And so we are the sons of the new American gods. And that the sons that come out of the Middle East, they're like the sons of the gods who've been there for thousands of years, even beyond us. And there's like and then there's the whole England thing. And then you add in the entire China, Russia. Like, I can't believe I'm still alive. And so, I've done my very best to be a know-it-all from 2015 to 2020. And that I think 2021 is going to be a time for me to listen and for me to learn more. And I definitely think it's going to be time for everybody else to listen and learn more. And so in 2012 was Hit the Button Baby. 2013 was Asteroid Fight Club. 2014 was Avoid World War III. And 2015 was Get Everyone Ready for 2020. And so in my stint, I've got like a month left on my contract. And I don't know what's going to happen next. So, yeah. If you were going to send in Planetary Defense Commander, Christmas card, or thank you bonus, Astro Fight Club, Astonishers, Thor News, 8 years, 1 year, if I were going to get any gifts or rewards for my 8 years of total dedication to this work, I would appreciate it, and you can send it to 5430 Birdwood Road, Houston, Texas, 77096, number 416, apartment. Put Thor on it, it'll get here probably. 5430 Birdwood Road, number 416, Houston, Texas, 77096. And so the fact that I'm still alive, that is amazing. There's a thing in Game of Thrones called Hand of the King, where you protect the king. Technically, I was trying to protect everybody. And the main thing is that, like, diarrhea kills the most people on the planet daily. And that there's always been an acceptance level of who gets sacrificed. And Earth has agreed up until this day that, like, the poorest of the poor in geological locations always pretty much get some form of the shit end of the stick when shit hits the fan. And that people have accepted that at a point where you're like, do we feed everyone? Or do we just not really have hard laws and the strongest of the strong survive in a corporate sense? And so, like, the virus is a big test of, are we our brother's keeper? And how many steps forward can mankind take if it is not united and it is still determined to have its two pillars be war and money? This is very Game of Thrones, Iron Banky shit. And so for me personally, this is definitely the most fascinating month of my life, without a doubt. And it feels like, in a binary sense, people say I'm scared or fear-mongering. I would say technically I'm like either fighting or flighting, like 24/7. Technically being in this foxhole for 3 years. Remember, I did this 2 years before this even started in basic society, where y'all were just getting so fucking crazy and wild and people were believing I started becoming more and more of a recluse just because people started getting more and more, talking generally overall, like there was less honor and lying became more, gaslighting, it just became cruel. And I don't know, I'm just saying I retreated from like 2017 to now for the most part. So I still say again, after 8 years of doing this, I cannot believe I'm alive, and I am very grateful. And I don't know what's going to happen next. And that is definitely, I think, a big part of, there is a whole lot more of, I don't know what's going to happen next that exists right now than your president-elect, your politicians, your pop star. Like, people have gotten into the habit of always exuding a type of strength and knowledge and wisdom. And that there are a lot of question marks on the board right now. And I still can't, all the people, since I've been doing this, remember, I put records of all the shit that I said on the board, all the predictions I made, all the things that I said would or wouldn't happen, I mean, do you know how many times I've had people say, this thing is the mark of the beast? Since I've been doing my channel, you know how many times I've had people say, this one thing, this event is the mark of the beast or portends the rapture? I was like, I bet you were totally wrong. It's been like thousands upon thousands upon thousands. I've seen so many bad prophets come and go. And the good prophets are like God's army. And I do believe the thing that, like, Satan or the devil or whatever you want to call it, the dark energy forces, they are the things that make you want to feel fear, that make you want to think you're powerless, that take away hope and make you think that the world's just going to fucking end. And so the people on God's army or Knights of Jesus Christ in the Rainbow Ring, or whatever you want to call it, we are doing our best to be champions and heroes. Not necessarily every second of every day, because Jesus was the only perfect one, but we're trying to hit perfection moments as many times as we can. And that it is through that magical strength of man and woman that has carried us every step of the way. And that our electrical fields and our magnetic fields are powerful, divine, and magic, and have helped us push forward civilization together. And yeah, the farther we go into the future under this old shitty ass system, it gets harder and harder to push, but we are still here. I'm still smoking cigarettes with electricity, and I got a guitar. And I got to tell you, I left my house. I went and hung out with Autumn and Obi-Wan Jr. and the gang down a little south of Texas NASA. And I had a great 48 hours with some super cool, super talented, super smart people. And so maybe it is the fact that I can play guitar, although nowhere near as well as the other guys in the room. The one of them was a drummer. But that, like, I don't know, if you can create cool things, you're not going to waste a lot of your time on nonsensical fucking doom and gloom. So a big chunk of my 8 years has been getting us to play defense. Let's avoid asteroids. Let's avoid hurricanes. Let's avoid solar flares. And this is my update on the sun. I think the sun is our protector. The sun loves us. And that if the sun fries our grid, we probably fucking deserved it. I see the coronavirus as a type of a warning, divine course correction, and if somehow we shrug off that warning and don't take a giant step into the future as one Earth team, then we just have something bigger and badder coming down the fucking pipe. I guarantee you people would be fucking humble if the sun shut out the lights on planet Earth. And remember, there are many layers of light that we do not see or understand. So I would guess the heavens around us could turn out the lights if need be. And I think if we would have united before 2020, we would have avoided the plague. But we didn't. And so I feel my job has been to help raise the vibration of everyone on Earth, to help improve everyone's attitude, to help get everybody to a higher frequency for the December 21st, 2020 conjunction of the planets. But for the last month, I've had so much fucking hacker problems, or just so much negativity fucking thrown at me for the last 5 weeks. That it's like a weird deja vu of where, like, before the plague, when I was trying to tell everybody, we gotta fucking avoid the plague because it's gonna suck. Let's avoid this sucky fucking year and a half, 2 years, completely, and get to good times. And you had tons of groups and rituals and traditions fighting against me. And so now that we're fucking 19 days somewhere around there from the Big Bang, like from the whole week, the fact that I have not assembled the team, or it still seems like the people fighting for the dark old status quo are still as powerful, if not more powerful than they've ever been. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's a cliffhanger. But if I have to do all that shit, raise vibration, improve frequency, and maximize Earth attitude, and redeem the whole planet myself, I'm going to try. For my mama, my dad, Jim, and everybody else. Wonder what happens when we die. There's another thing. Death has run as a prevalent theme throughout this entire year. And so having someone you super love, like a parent or even a grandparent, it shows you a form of reality. And you don't want to... Good people are the coolest thing on earth. There's nothing more valuable than good people. 100% without a doubt. That I know. So yeah, death has been prevalent, unlike any year. Death has been more of a fucking prevalent subject daily than 9/11 times 100, or 365, now 335 or whatever. And I don't need to argue with any fucking dipshits on the fucking internet, or anybody. They're like, I've lost 2 dads and more grandparents than I want to count. So I understand death in my own fucking terms. And that I know at this point, nobody knows what happens when we die, dude. You can read 100 fucking books. You can read the Bible once a week, your entire life. I don't think that gives you any better of an understanding of what exactly happens after we die. And it is my dreams that fuck me up. Because you think, all right, I'm going to try to understand real life as well as I can. And over time, you're supposed to understand life and its workings and interworkings and processes better through experience and empirical knowledge. Then you have dreams. And dreams super fuck me up. And then you wake up back into real life, which is a continuous linear timeline where if like you were 270 pounds the day before, you're going to be 270 pounds the next day. And then so you go beyond that, and then you are born, you live, and then you die. And that nobody fucking knows what happens when we die. And it's that weird thing about being a human being. That like, we've gotten to some hubris point of everybody knows everything all the time. But like, nobody wants to admit the basics that like, nobody knows what the fuck happens when we die. And nobody really, the human mind's ability to comprehend God super well is not that fucking good. So to have people fighting 5,000 year wars, or 2,000 year wars, or 1,000 year wars, or 100 year wars, or 5 year wars, or 1 year wars over God is dumb. It's very caveman-y. We're still kind of caveman, bro. So it's like that monolith showed up. And that's crazy. Now that we're talking, the monolith. Because I was big on science fiction and comic books. My whole life. Movies. So that shaped a lot of the way I look at the world. And the planets, the stars, God, and everything. So the monoliths showed up in 2001. The monoliths showed up in 2010. And then Buzz Aldrin was like, hey, y'all, they got monoliths on Phobos, Mars' moon. And sure enough, they did. And then now we got monoliths popping up, asterisk, in Utah, and then Bosnia, and then our Schmitzstein. And so that is very 2020 because those monoliths like to show up in years that have 2s and 0s in them, but usually a 1. So the monolith seems a bit early. You know what I'm saying? And it's like a third of a monolith to me. Because a monolith is a flat and black, like an iPhone or a Black Mirror. And so the monoliths are more like a parking thingy. So it's like a third of a monolith. And unless the giant hunk of metal can vibrate and create its own super song or sound, I'm not going to be that impressed by it. It's just going to be like a hunk of metal to me. Let's get back to death. So I just want to remind y'all that on all my theories, my like 8-year thesis paper, that if Jupiter represents luck and Saturn represents karma, and I saw someone, it was an astrologer, explain that, I think it was an astrologer, that a lot of times Pluto or Hades gets a negative connotation, and that they try to explain that that is not true because Pluto represents the spirits that have passed on, the spirit world, the death, the post living as we know it, and that the world of the dead and the world of the spirits that have passed on is much, 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 much bigger than the world of the living. And that information resonated with me. Because I feel like I'm one of the people who can kind of feel the ghosts or the spirits around. It's an energy you can feel. It's like Dios de la Muertes. Like, and so this year has been a weird thing for so many people to have crossed over during this time. And that those people who do not have respect for the living or for the dead, I'm not sure they're going to do that well in December. I've said many times, it is like we are in Charles Dickens' A Christmas Carol. 2020 is like a Christmas Carol. The holiday season. And Halloween was Ghosts of Christmas Past. Thanksgiving was Ghosts of Christmas Present. And that leading up to Christmas would be Ghosts of Christmas Past. I was born on December 19th. A Christmas Carol was published on December 19th, 1848. So that may explain a little bit why, A, I'm Christian. B, I love Christmas and the Christmas spirit. And there is not a motherfucker on the planet who can fucking take away my Christmas spirit with their dumb shit theories. Sometimes I've become a little unchristian around the holidays just because there's so many people who bash on Christmas as like some negative thing. And I want to remind you that whatever your holiday is, like, you get to define it. It is yours to your own self from your perspective. So your opinion on a holiday cannot directly affect somebody else's, or shouldn't be able to. So what I'm just trying to say is I love Christmas. I've always loved Christmas. And the majority of people in my family have always been of the Christmas spirit. That no matter what the fuck is happening, you are going to do your best in December to appreciate everything. And everything also includes, for us Christians, Jesus Christ. The fact that he went around, was filled with love, hope, peace, and forgiveness, and then forgave everyone on the cross, and only became stronger every day after rising from the dead. That is such a cool thing. And he is my original superhero. And then I got to become such a strong Christian, thanks to the help of Sir Isaac Newton. And the way to the Holy Trinity is that I believe it is best for people to find God, whether it be through Jesus or other. It is God's position to judge. But as long as people get to God, the divine creator, and are filled with hope, life, spirit, and respect for others, then I think everything's going to turn out all right. Did I say that well? But I better smell myself up better. Hey, thank you. Technically, I've said this is Drama December, and this is technically my 8-year Thor News anniversary party. And like I said, I don't know if we are going to make it past 2020. Whatever happens, I am going to do my best. That I am ready to have some fun. And like I said, definitely after January, I would like to take a 1-year break from discussing politics at all. And I want to explore, if Matthew McConaughey is going to run for governor, I'm going to jump onto his team. And he is already my governor. Although if he decides not to run, that means I got to do it. I already said that was my backup. Like, what was I going to do in 2021 if I wasn't going to do Planetary Defense Commander? Okay, I'll run for governor in 2022. It seems way easier and way more fun than that being Planetary Defense Commander. But then a month ago, Matthew McConaughey was like, all right, I could do a better job than Abbott. And I agreed. But I don't know if he's officially going to run. If he runs, I don't have to. If he doesn't run, that means I gotta. Probably. If not, who's going to run for president? I still think I could do a better job than either one of them, although I really don't want to ever be a politician. That's what I fucking have loved about being Planetary Defense Commander. I have enjoyed representing everyone. And so yeah, when Trump is like, America first, I'm honestly like, Earth first. I believe people deserve basic human rights across the globe. And that if we try to stick to some old 1700s system, everything is going to fucking break down. And you're going to get civil wars and like the whole planet has to decide, that like having people die of starvation and diarrhea, that we should be way beyond that. That we've let like the poorest of the poor suffer, up to like the homeless. We have no regard for even the American homeless. Like the amount of people that the people that we give a shit about gets, the number gets smaller and smaller every day. And that it's like the media and all groups and ourselves explain to each other that like these are the bad people, or these are the people who did not deserve the very basics in life. And that is absolutely at 1000% my belief, that we all, the Christian God lover in me, that like we all, God feeds the birds. It was like a page that I read, like God puts enough food and the means on the planet to feed everyone. You can give every human being the basics of life. And by giving everyone the basics of life at cost, you give them their dignity, and that you basically end the civil war of false scarcity of resources that has been going on across the globe and since man fashioned a bone into a dagger. It began a progression of learning that got us to the fucking industrial age. And that's what's nuts, man, is like if you look at the heavens, the like Jupiter-Saturn conjunction has taken place in Earth signs for 200 years. And the Earth is like on the Earth. What goes on the Earth? A house and roads and cars. And so the industrial age during the grand conjunctions literally took place during the Earth sign conjunctions of the Jupiter and Saturn, which is a major deal. And so this will be the, like, we're now going to like air signs for like 200 years. To where like our future is in the sky. Our future is rising. And I've told y'all, if I had to guess, I think Crow 177, I forget, Crow 77. There's a channel on YouTube, Crow. And Crow stayed away from the political shit. Hats off to you, Crow. And hats off to the Hearsts. But he's like, dude, they got they're doing a projector screen on the moon. I think that they're having some type of flourishing, rich world life on the moon. And I think that they have the technology to put malls and amusement parks in the sky. And we just don't know about it yet. And then they could just LCD the bottom of the thing, so it looks like the sky to you. So if I had to guess, yeah, I would guess that we're already doing shit on the moon. But I could be totally wrong. Oh yeah, since me and you are here hanging out. Like China just landed a lander on the moon, which is really cool, because the last time they tried to land something on the moon, they fucked shit up, or someone fucked their shit up. And so their lander didn't make it to the moon. But this lander did. And it barely even made a blip in the news. Donald Trump is so busy giving a fucking press conference every day. When, I want to explain again, hey, Donald, man, I worked for trial lawyers for 5 fucking years. This is not how you do it, man. You win. If you go to court, you win in court, and you shut the fuck up. And you do all your fighting in court. There's a period where you can stay out and do PR, and there's a period where you got to fight in court. And hey, man, if you're fighting in court, you fight in court. You don't fight in the public eye. That's not how it works. But he did raise $150 million fucking dollars since the election. So who am I to tell a millionaire how to do his business? Or billionaire. But it's probably a millionaire. Okay. And so I'm saying that there's so much going on with all, like there's riots. Look, man, every fucking country is. Another thing I want to say quietly is that, like, dude, the truth community doesn't even know how to play the game. Asterisk. They're like, if you have a pandemic breakout and you were going to say that somebody caused it, you look for the place that was the least affected. And so, under those rules, you would be like, hey, New Zealand, Australia, they handled it super well. And so now that they're unaffected by it and they're waterlocked islands. So if you were going to, you would fear some supervillain coming out of New Zealand or Australia. Although karma would say if they did that, then they would still be susceptible to earthquakes and volcanoes. But I don't ever hear anybody mention fucking New Zealand or Australia. It's always Bill Gates. I'm like, Bill Gates only made like $20 million in the last year, whereas Elon Musk made 418. Like, Elon Musk is now like the richest man on the planet. As far as I know, they didn't buy a zillion times more Teslas in the last year. So that's been a weird deal. But I'm saying Elon and Jeff Bezos have definitely handled the last year the best. But Bill Gates still gets all the fucking aggro. Like, everybody in the truth communities, it's like, we can only blame two people for shit. We can only blame George Soros or Bill Gates. Like, if we have a conspiracy theory, all of our roads have to always end on these two, like the top hat or the dog. I'm glad we have these chats. What's it talking about? I remember. And Brandy, I'm sorry. When I did leave the house, I got PTSD like twice. Just because I'm not used to being outside of my foxhole. So she gave me a ride and I was worried about dying of the virus. So apologize for that. What's it talking about? And, okay, I don't want to get in trouble. Well, whatever. It's too late for that shit, huh? Then think of it all the wars that are going, like everything. Nobody's fucking fighting a war with Australia. You don't see? Or New Zealand. Like, you don't see Israel, Russia, China, or America, or Canada. Fucking... But, hey, hats off to Australia and New Zealand. They seem to have figured it out. You know what, another thing that I was thinking about the other day? When I was growing up, I was born in 71. Where that American made meant that it was made the best of anywhere on earth. Like, our cars, our tools, everything we did was American quality. The best. We prided ourselves in being the best. It was post-industrial age, or the peak of it, before they corporatized super everything. But being American made used to be the best. Like, Superman used to represent America. Wonder Woman used to represent America. And they flipped the script on that one. I don't know if I've done this before in the live video, but I would like to do something I don't remember doing before, unless it was one live video before this. But when I went and hung out with Q was kind enough. I made a request. I said, hey man, can you take me by a motherfucking Taco Bell? I haven't had Taco Bell in a long time. If I had to pick my favorite fast food restaurant, it would be either Whataburger or Taco Bell. And so we went by Taco Bell. And Taco Bell, they used to have a dollar menu. And the Taco Bell dollar menu for 20 years satisfied me like no other. Where if you ordered $6 to $8 worth of food at Taco Bell's dollar menu for the last 20 years, you fell asleep happy and full, satisfied. And so they revamped the entire, so it was like super quality food at a super low price. And that I was always a champion of Taco Bell and proud of Taco Bell, and people would diss on Taco Bell. But Taco Bell was like, I was like, I'm on Team Taco Bell. And thank you, Taco Bell, for 20 years of having the best, you and Jack in the Box had the best fucking dollar menu out there. If you had only a couple bucks, Taco Bell and Jack in the Box would treat you right if you liked fast fucking food. And it was always one of the ways that, like I said, capitalism still worked, because for $5 you could still get full. And so when Q and he took me by Taco Bell, they revamped their entire fucking dollar menu. So they went from like 21 items on the dollar menu, and I would usually get 2 beefy bean, and these are all $1, mind you, 2 beefy bean burritos, 2 beefy bean Frito burritos, so they were like hamburger meat, beans, the sauce, and then Fritos, 2 big ones, and then I would get 2 tacos, which are $1 each, hard shell, and then I would get 1 chicken quesadilla and 1 beef quesadilla. But they were like the melted chicken. They were small, but they were like wraps almost. And so that was like 6 items. And if I ate for $6, like $6.35 or whatever. And so like that $6 meal was always like a giant bag and super fantastic. And so we went by Taco Bell the other day, and their 21 menu dollar item had been like reduced to like 5 items. And so Whataburger, who has like an amazing, better than In-N-Out burger, $6, $7 burger, you know, it was like their dollar menu is not that great, but their $7 burger menu is the best out there. And so it was just weird that like Taco, I don't know, my heart was broken when Taco, because like I got like, they had like something called like a cheesy quesadilla wrap or some shit, and it was like, I don't know, I'm just saying the Taco Bell dollar menu was so disappointing that this, if it was like a vision of what the future was going to be, like what they were going to offer the people. Like we used to, for $6 we used to be able to get an entire giant meal from Taco Bell, and now for $6 you will get 3 tortillas and 2 slices of cheese with some pink sauce. And so like, if you keep the people divided, talking about the dumbest fucking conspiracy theories ever, at times where they have to represent themselves to say, hey, government, if you're going to, like the government could have afforded to ask us to stay home and play defense during the plague until they got a vaccine for a year, where everybody got fucking $1,200 a month. Everybody got $2,000. Like everybody got the comparable, everybody got a basic paycheck to play defense. We could have done that. They're like, yes, while the virus was real, it became a super opportunity for pure capitalists, for the people willing to sell people down the river. The virus was one of the best buying opportunities for the stock market wise Earth has ever seen. And so the Dow Jones hit 30,000. Bitcoin hit 18,000. Elon fucking Musk is now the richest man on the planet on the books. There's still an off the books world we are not going to talk about today. I used to get to talk to off the books people, but those days have been over since like 2017, 2018. So part of my job has been to unite the people, just to say we have to represent ourselves at the bargaining table where we all need mutual aid. And we are definitely in a super fucked point because Trump is going to say, Trump is going to take half the people and drive them nuts for 2 more months. And that the Democrats, like Biden is not the strongest personality. And so we are technically, right now, in my opinion, in a bad position. And so our own government is looking to give us, the people, the least amount of fucking help possible. Out of all the governments in the world, our government is looking to give us the least amount of help possible to deal with whatever the fuck the next year is. And the only real way to deal with that is by uniting. And that is where I feel like I have been caught in the middle. And it definitely feels like now they're offering giant rewards to the people who will hug tightly to the old system. And so the people willing to sell out everybody else are getting paid well. And I thank God for God. And I'm hanging on for dear life. I'm not going to get kicked out of my apartment this month. And technically, I was lucky enough before they started to steal my super chat money and fuck up all my monetization channels. I raised $1,000 so when I saw my mama, I would be able to pay for that used car she got me. But they shut all my fucking monetary functions down, so through that, I will make it through this month. And I have enough food to eat and hopefully enough cigarettes to smoke. And so I have been hanging on for dear life until that December 16th through 21 switch. And I have been talking about that for 1,000 fucking days. For 1,000 days, I have been focused on what is coming 3 weeks from now, 2 weeks from now. And I've been correct about a lot of stuff. And so I'm feeling pretty good about my chances and our chances. Now, I don't know what's going to happen next. And for me personally, dude, I'm a worker bee. I mentioned before, like, before I started my channel, like, I mowed lawns, and me and the group I was with mowed 23 lawns in one day in 100 degrees. And I worked for lawyers, and I would put in 56-hour days. I would work 100-hour weeks. I like working on projects that are fun and challenging. And so I'm a worker bee. So I think at some point, even without doing YouTube ever again, I will figure out a way to maintain, you know? I don't know what's going to happen. And that I think even to most prophets, the next 5 years are a big, huge question mark. And that anyone telling you they know exactly what the fuck is going to happen is built on shit tons of hubris. Hubris. But I have faith that we are a giant team of super talented people, and God and the universe trained us for these days specifically. And that somehow we will keep it together, and we will make it better, we will make it through. And that if you were going by solar minimums and solar maximums, which seem to be derived by the Jupiter and Saturn rotations, that we will make it past our lowest points, and that things will get better. And that I'm not going to plan for the rapture to happen in my lifetime. I'm not going to plan for the end times to happen in my lifetime. I want to say again, like as a YouTuber, 8 years now, man. And shout out to Francis Ford Coppola. And while I'm drinking this wine, Apocalypse Now. And there I was, in my foxhole. I had been here for so long. And I could start to see the light at the end of the tunnel. What was the name of Marlon Brando in that movie? Was it Krebs? Okay, so there's a game called 6 Degrees of Kevin Bacon, where you try and figure out how many degrees you've been to Kevin Bacon. And I worked on a film with a man named David Thewlis. So like I worked on the set with David Thewlis, Dave, Cheeky Monkey. I drank at a bar a couple times, Dave. Anyway, Dave had just come off a movie called The Island of Dr. Moreau, where it's him, Fairuza Balk, and Marlon Brando. So I was 1 degree in my life. I have been 1 degree of separation from Kevin Bacon. And that is as close as you can get without actually meeting Kevin Bacon. And so I'm still alive. And I still have a chance to meet Kevin Bacon. And I've definitely cut footloose many times in my life. So here's the crazy thing, people. In my own personal theory, combined with astrology and mythology, I am a Sagittarius. And if you look at my chart, I'm like mostly Sagittarius, mostly like Capricorn. Like I'm all heavy into these two, like where I was born, all stars and stuff, in those two placements. And so Jupiter and Saturn being in Capricorn, which are like the taskmaster. It's like if you had one uncle, grandmother who was a drill sergeant. And then you throw Pluto on top of that. So the last 3 to 5 years for me have just been, I do not get to party that much. I just have to work, train, learn. Work, train, learn. Work, train, learn. And Saturn and Jupiter have both now moved beyond Pluto. Jupiter went like past, like Saturn just went past, then retrograded but didn't touch. Jupiter went past Pluto, retrograded back again, hey Pluto, and then went forward again past Pluto, hey Pluto, 3 motherfucking times this year. Now I have this theory, like just for this moment, let us imagine Thor's Jupiter and Loki is Saturn. That whereas the two brothers, Jupiter and Saturn, a lot of times are fighting with each other as they meet each other regularly on a 30 and 11-year orbit. Like, so they are on the playground often together. Pluto's a 248-year orbit. And so Jupiter and Saturn are used to being on the playground together, but rarely, like an 80,000-year event, are Thor and Loki in Hades' house with Hades. And so by Jupiter and Saturn being in Hades, Pluto being like going there and hanging out with Pluto during the last few years, it was like a buddy picture where the two brothers, Thor and Loki, who usually fight with each other, had to both grow up, level up, and up their game and become better brothers to deal with all the Plutonian Hades shit that we've been through in the last 5 years. As I've mentioned, like Saturn used to be represented by just the black cube. But I've seen the black cube learn all the colors of the spectrum. And so the black cube can do anything, whatever. I don't know, the black cube is upgraded, Jupiter's upgraded, and now we're just waiting for humanity to upgrade. You know what I'm saying? And so if bets were being made that like 2020 and 2021 are going to be the most, like, quote unquote, worst and challenging years, but once we get past the dark winter, which we are now in, we are then on a learning scale upward. That is what I've been betting for a long time, and that is what I'm still betting on, and definitely all the evidence has showed me that. They're like my own personal predictions and part of my life, like me earning contributions and donations or whatever, it has been on my scientific knowledge and predictions. As I've mentioned times before, that the entire year, out of all the people in the truth community who you can either guess it's a real virus and it will fuck you up if you're 1% of the people, it's a hoax, or it's just a flu. I've been right on that. Like, I've been right on a lot of the predictions I had to make. What was my point? I forget. Man, that's why it must be getting to me. But hey, once again, okay, so like I have 39 people here. When I started my YouTube channel, I'm a weird guy. If you hang out with me, you will learn that. I'm a very weird guy. And so when I started, I said, all right, here's the deal, man. I'm going to make one video a week minimum all year. I'm not going to worry about what people think, what people say, how many views I get. I'm not going to worry about anything except making the best videos on the planet for a year. And then at the end of the year, I will then judge and figure it out. And well, from my perspective, my channel just fucking blew up out of the box from the get-go. And I think I got shadow banned on video 11. I made a video called NASA's coronal mass ejection took the frames down. What are they hiding? Or some dumb shit like that. It's my 11th video, I think. And it got like 22,000 views. And I got tons of subscribers. And I was like, wow, crazy. But from that moment on, that you could that was when I hit the grid. And so anyway, so I did my 1 year, and I think after a year I had 10,000 subscribers. And then by year 3, I had 55,000 subscribers. Where it just kept going up and up, it was straight up. For 3 years, it was just straight up. And I remember when I was trying to figure out my life plan for the next 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, I looked at it and it was by year 3, if I got 100,000 videos a month, I think I got 150,000 videos a month, views at, I think then I was only at 30,000. And somewhere around there. Yeah, 3 years, 30,000. Took me year 4.5 to get to 50,000. But at year 3, I made $1,500 a month. We're talking 3 years into this for making 150,000 views. That was before Google bought YouTube. So at year 3, I had 30,000 subscribers. And I was figuring out, hey man, I can make $1,500 a month for 150,000 views. Yeah, I can do that, because if I keep putting out quality work, it'll just keep going up. And that was at year 3 when I had that big year 3 conversation with myself. And then Google bought YouTube, and everything was just changed. Everything changed. And so at year 4.5, I was at 50,000 subscribers and making $600 a month, making 200,000 views a month, 300,000 a month. And so for 4 or 5 years, I've been stuck at 55,000, 56,000 subscribers for a couple years now. And on my old phone, I didn't earn any super chat money. And for 4 glorious months, on the new iPhone, I earned super chat money, but then it shut off 2 days after I hung out with Q. Again. I don't know, man. Sometimes it really feels like Ben Davison and Larry Page are the best friends. And Tony. Ben, Larry, and Tony go hunting together. But I could be totally wrong. Fuck! I mean, I want Reed Richards to be a good guy. But I have to remember that, they've kept rock and roll locked in a fucking box. Rock and roll is as shadow banned as I am. like being a badass man, doing badass things naturally in front of the public and raising up their spirits and having them believe in themselves has not been the thing du jour for like 10, 20 years. They killed Kurt Cobain, they killed Jim Morrison, they killed Janis Joplin, they killed Jimi Hendrix, John Lennon. Like anybody walking down the rock and roll route has always had a rough time. And to me, between us, rock and roll and Jesus go hand in hand. Jesus supports you playing your guitar and singing your song, even if it is electrified and plugged in. And I still say Pearl Jam is a Christian band. Yeah, so I don't know what's going to happen next. Larry's my age, 48, just like Elon. Me, Elon, and Larry are the same fucking age. That trips my mind out every single time. It's like, man, I could have been Elon Musk. I wouldn't, I know if I mean, I would never have traded places with any other human being for 1 second in my life. I'm glad I am who I am. I've done the best I can in this world. And the whole... I would love to end my feud with fucking Elon. Elon gets upset with me, I think, sometimes. Because like the other day I was saying, hey, Elon, now that you had the coronavirus, will you please give people an honest review? Because I think I had it in November and December of 2019. I didn't like it. I still don't like it. And I think it's why I added 30, 40 pounds after, because my energy was like shot. I've been fighting with my energy for a year. And in your 40s, late 40s, your energy as a man is a big deal, man. So I heard Elon fucking talk about the coronavirus for a fucking year. Like, no big deal, no worse than the flu. And then he got it. And I was like, hey, man, I would love to hear your fucking opinion now. As would the Air Force, Navy, Marines, Army, National Guard, and Coast Guard. Plus doctors, nurses, truckers, EMTs, police, firemen. But he has yet to comment on whether he liked it, what drugs he fucking took. And that's what like at times people are like, take hydrochloroquine. It's the fucking, it'll save you and you'll fucking be all high and happy. Like hydrochloroquine came out of Jesus' penis. And so, at the very beginning, he was like, I just took Dayquil. But he hasn't mentioned it since. And so I give my honest opinion when things happen. And so I would love for him to give his honest opinion to this day of like, was it worse than the flu? What did you take? What was the ordeal? But I viewed that as a good thing because at the time that he got it, he started watching Cobra Kai. And if you are a firm believer in the joy of life and the talents and creativity of other human beings around you, that whereas the truth community likes to see nothing but negative signs all around them, those of us who believe in heroes and talented creators believe in good signs we see. And so when he came upon Cobra Kai in his coronavirus fever dreams, I was like, yes. And he had a cool post, what looked like a paladin, and it was like mercy. Because Cobra Kai is all about the fist versus mercy. You know, the snake versus mercy. So that was cool. And Cobra Kai is a really good show. And of the things we got to watch, I still say season 1 of Cobra Kai was like A+ shit. And then season 2 was like B minus stuff that they had to get us to the final episode, which to me was like a overall representation of Democrats versus Republicans. Have you seen it? Do you know what I'm talking about? Anywho, it was a cool marker that all the super cool kids, the things you should have been watching over the last 2 years, you definitely should have had some Parks and Rec in your material. You definitely should have had some Cobra Kai in your material. You definitely should have had some Brooklyn 99 in your material. And then they put Queen's Gambit. Although Queen's Gambit was good, I still think Searching for Bobby Fischer is one of the greatest movies of all time. About chess or without chess. I smoke way more when I'm talking to you, baby. That's so crazy. What's going to happen next? I don't know. And for my 8 years of Thorn News, I have been a unique individual. Like I said, if I believe my point is true, I will argue with Democrats and Republicans or the entire fucking truth community and say, hey, you guys are totally fucking wrong. And I will try not to put you down as individuals, but I would like to mention again the lady who, like, weekly has put out videos about the rapture puzzle. I mean, for like, what, almost since 2012, she's put out a video saying, hey, in 3 months, here comes the rapture. But I guess that is a great way. They're like, did I find my identity in my YouTube channel? Did I find my identity in being Planetary Defense Commander? Yes. Oh, standing up. Totally yes. And will I have to find a new identity in the future? Maybe. But yo, bro, I'm fucking 48 years old. Like, how many years of sexiness do you get as a man or a woman? I don't know. But at best, I have like fucking 5 years left. So I may have to, spend the next 5 years of just doing what I can to look good in a natural selection type of situation to find me the mother of my child, because I still believe I will have some of the greatest kids you have ever seen in your life. They will end up being smart and funny and awesome and will help this planet over the next 80 years. So it's like I have some weird responsibility to find the great woman that will bear my child. But at this point, I do have this fantasy, because they say the 5 years, if you add up 2021, that equals 5, is sex, drugs, and rock and roll. So in 2022, then, what if I find 3 different women who will have my babies at the exact same time and help mother them? Anywho, what I'm trying to say is I still believe that, like, I have it to where I will be an amazing father. I will sire amazing children. And I will still be a good husband as well. And so that I have done my duty, whether it be the last 5 years, the last 8 years, the last, whatever, 20 years. And I don't know, was it like 8 months ago? One of my top mentors came to me and said, hey, people are just not going to work together. That the groups are just not going to work together. And I was like, well, my own contract that I signed with myself runs through 2020. So we will see what happens. Sometimes I want to challenge myself personally to keep talking into the camera until the viewers drop to 1. But I do know that there have been and there are people, sometimes they're women, who will leave me running and fall asleep to the sound of my voice. So, that means to the sleeping, dreaming people, my vocals are subconsciously a guide to the dreams that they may be having. Have you ever contemplated your influence on other people? Because it is real. Like when I make a video, I took a week off in November, which is something I hadn't done for years. I still looked at all the data. Every time I make a video, people get mad. And so it's like you've created a direct channel. If you have somehow made someone mad, whether they be 10,000 miles away, 3,000 miles away, or 100 feet away, that like through making a single video, you can upset somebody. And that I do believe that you are a direct recipient of like a counterwave of the energy you've created. So like if you and that November was definitely such a period where people were so in their feelings that no matter what I said, like 56% of the people would get upset that even if I sat here with my face like this, people would get upset because I don't even have to remind you that like a lot of the shit I said would go down. It went down exactly like I called it. Like I told you what was going to happen and then that shit happened. That's why I hadn't picked up my car yet. Bro, this Planetary Defense Commander. It's why the military makes fun of the president, man. I don't know what type, like QAnon has said he is military intel. And I don't think Q was in the military and anyone in Q's family was in the military. My dad and my stepdad were in the Air Force. My sister Ange was in the Air Force. My dad and all his brothers were in the military. So it's just like Jim Morrison was a military kid. I'm a military kid. And so I'm just trying to say that from the military sources, the actual people in the military who are serving and will be serving, they've been making fun of Trump for a month. And he hasn't tried to save a whole lot of fucking lives of the fucking pandemic. And I saw one general or one commander say, colonel, say it's his job to keep his soldiers out of the hot zones. So we're all Space Force, and so I've been trying to keep you out of a hot zone, man. And that is probably one reason I'm alive today. I'm very Jon Snow as we walk into the dark fucking winter. And so, remember, I calculated that we would see a peak coronavirus daily deaths in the United States of America of between 3,000 and 6,500 a day. Like when shit hits the fucking fan. And if we fuck it all up on every fucking level, we could see 7,000 dead in a single day. The military has taken one stance on the coronavirus. And the military's family. And they, much like Jon Snow, were the guys watching the wall, and it's their job to stand on the wall and protect the very basics of freedom. And you want to know how I helped get it right? Not only the weird Nostradamus passages I used all year, but if you use the Spanish flu of 1918, or if you used the plague of 1666, or used the Black Death of 1333, it basically gave us projection scales on how the entire year would fucking span out up until the winter wave. And I would guess that Wall Street was using some of the same data that I was the entire fucking time. And that the future is a giant battle. And it took a great amount of arrogance from me to even be Planetary Defense Commander. You know? And so during my reign, I have been doing my best to keep everyone alive during the pandemic and all things. And my big issue is that my hackers have been coming at me nonstop. No one has been able to hurt me physically. I've been very safe in that arena. Very safe. No matter who came my way, I have been protected. No harm has come to your Planetary Defense Commander other than through my chain smoking or eating too many Twinkies. When I say Twinkies, I mean zingers, usually lemon frosted or vanilla. But that the digital powers that constrict me get stronger and stronger every fucking day, or that steal from me. And so I do not want to do another year after the last 5 of Planetary Defense Commander if no good information or attitudes are allowed to get out or prosper. Like if I have to deal with Ben Diamond and Tony's dick in my fucking face digitally every day to do my basic job of telling people the basic truths about life and save lives, grandmothers, mothers, fathers, grandfathers, kids. I just can't do that shit no more. Or QAnons. Like if Pluto just gets to be a cruel asshole, and let's take those names and lump them into a ball to represent all the people on the planet, and me not blame any specific individuals if proper. But if the people that guarantee we just keep heading in shitty directions for profit are still there at the top of their fucking game, then I don't know. It just seems like being Planetary Defense Commander against all odds, and it's not something I want to do. You know? But I've drank almost a whole bottle of Coppola wine. It's like truth serum. It was like the governor, was it, of South Dakota. It was very anti-coronavirus. Her grandmother got it and died. So it's like she killed her dumbass, killed her fucking grandmother. Where my mother, who was in her 70s, I believe, and people over 70, 65, I've been trying to fucking protect. And so we saw, in my opinion, like Trump sacrificed his brother. The governor of South Carolina just sacrificed her fucking mother, grandmother. So I don't know. It feels like if we're in an age to where we're sacrificing our elders for Bitcoin, I am not into fucking trying to defense that shit all by myself. I mean, you could have basically sussed it out on the timeline. Right? So you have your pandemic breakout. Science would have had a vaccine by December or June. So all you had to do was play excellent defense from January to June, year and a half. So like all you had to do was pay people to all be Space Force, keep your supply chains up and running, defend your doctors, your nurses, your truckers, your essential workers, figure out outdoor fucking spread out dining, and have financial supports for all people for a year and a half, which central banks could have coordinated and done. Like if you were playing a video game or an RPG, those were your moves. It's like all the people against progress got to do is enlist more than 100 dumbasses. So I've been believing in some type of 100 monkey scenario, but they like flipped the script and they had like 100 dumbass scenario. So if you get 100 dumbasses running around saying it's flat earth, fuck, everybody believes it's a flat earth. So somehow the 100 dumbasses overpower the 100 monkeys. So it's like all of Silicon Valley 6 had to do in February was pay 100 dumbasses with large influencer groups $10 million of Bitcoin and Ethereum to convince everybody that it was a fucking hoax. And the 100 dumbasses beat the 100 fucking monkeys. And I was definitely on team 100 monkey. Because I love monkeys. I love horses. I love dogs, birds, geckos. I love ants. I love spiders. I love snakes. I've never been bit by a snake. I've seen a lot of snakes in my life. Never been bit by one. I have this weird, it's really cute. My mom has always been freaked out by snakes. But I was like, yeah, and they never bite me. So if I'm cool around a snake, they're usually cool. But I mean, I'm not like hanging out with black moccasins or nothing. Or cobras. I love you. And so, in conclusion, I have definitely given it my all. As a single man, my video output as a single man, like one guy of the last 8 years, that alone has been up there. Compared to any other single man on the planet put out videos, if we're going by rankings, I rank just on that category, quality information. Like, I believe I fucking kicked ass. But there is definitely an Ayn Randian Fountainhead aspect to it. Howard Rourke, Peter Keating, Gail Wyman, and Tahui, plus Dominique. Where like, is the spotlight on the best of the best, the greatest creators, designers, engineers of the planet, the coolest people, or is it on two 70-year-old plus political figures? To where every single conversation is always boiled down to some political point. The conversation can be redirected to some very Gail Wine and Tahui Peter Keating shit. You know? I was trying to do Cuba Gooding Jr. and Jerry Maguire. Shout out to Tom Cruise, that motherfucker's talented. And you know what's weird? It definitely seems like if you reach any level of fame, like you had fame power and then like troll power. And so at some point we watched from 2019 to 2020 or 2050, like where the trolls became more powerful than even the biggest celebrities, the biggest stars, the most famous people on the planet, where all you needed was 100 dumbasses repeating the same shit over and over again, and that could overpower anything. So they had a literal conspiracy theory for every single famous person on the planet. And in that way, at the end of the Capricorn cycle, the fucking 100 troll army outpowered the 100 celebrity talent creator army. Like, they just had to slap a Pizzagate bumper sticker on anybody. Like, so if you got 100 people on the internet saying Pizzagate, 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 like Axl Rose, Pizzagate, you know? Like, so that, like I say, the troll community, you just needed a bunch of people making horrific accusations without any fucking evidence whatsoever. And that is where we are at the end of Capricorn with Jupiter, Saturn, and Pluto there. Where I watched today a 46-minute video, where our president, President Trump, made accusations for 46 minutes. I watched the whole fucking thing, man. And the dude made fucking accusations for 46 minutes. And I've been in a bunch of trials. And so I'm just like, hey, dude, this is not how you win. This is, like, if I understand the Constitution and the laws, and like, this is not how, this is not Mr. Washington Goes to Town. You don't give a grand speech and then they're like, hey, we've totally changed all things to represent what you want. We're not going to adjust reality to your feelings, bro. So yeah, I don't know, dude, straight up. 2015, 2020, you can make baseless accusations from 100 dumbasses, and that was how you could steer your fucking ship. And it appears that game is gone. Those powers are now null and void. They don't work anymore. And so now that the trolls are no longer in control. And who is next up in the power structure? And like I've been trying to say throughout this video, I believe nobody knows. And I believe that Earth is made up of 7 billion people, and it takes multiple fucking groups, and those groups have all been blindsided by 2020 in some form or fashion, way or shape. And so we are all working it out. And from the toppity top, they're working it out in their own way. In the middle, they're working it out in their own way. And the bottom, they are working it out in their own way. And that, yeah, I feel like guns never own. All guns, all eyes are on me, whether I speak or do not. All right, you guys voted home. There are now 34 people watching. If you want me to drink gin, one more person enter the room. If you want me to drink a beer, one person leave. It is 33. You guys have voted on beer. So it is weird, like a story of Job, where like for 6 years or such, I've been worried about being your planetary defense commander. And I had like, I told like, if I'd have just been a Bitcoin investor, I'd have done better. If I'd have just worried about money, fuck. If I'd have just followed my dream and done all the lawyer stuff, well, been a lawyer. And that's like a goofy dream. I've done better. But the idea that like, fuck, I may hang it up at the end of December, to me as a creator, is definitely something to think about. Because in this grand shift, then I could just shift my entire fucking belief system. You know what I'm saying? That's exciting. That's definitely exciting. I'm excited here with you. And yeah, I think I'm drunk. I definitely think I'm drunk. Last Christmas, I gave you my heart. And the very next day, you gave it away. This Christmas, I'm saving it for somebody special. You know, it would be great if it was like the end of a movie. And by the end of December, I got a PS5, 3 girlfriends, and a car. And can I say that if I would have started dating Selena Gomez in the middle of 2018, that the screenplay we would have finished by now would have been we would probably finish 2 first drafts minimum, and they would have been pretty spectacular. Okay, hypothetical screenwriter mode. Everything I say is, just imaginational screenwriting stuff, asterisk. Yeah, so before the pandemic hit, I used to go to this bar here in Houston. It was like the bar that all the famous people would go to. As long as you didn't talk about it, everybody was cool. But I guess there were technically 2 or 3, there were a couple of areas like that. And so I ran into her like 4 or 5 times. We never talked. But sometimes we would sit in the same room for a couple hours. And that was weird shit, because to me, personally, her electric field, her energetic field, her sonic field, like everything about that person is incredible. I don't know how many people you've come across in your life, but definitely if she was as high functioning as a goddess as any human being I've ever met can be. And so I still deal with this interior level of frustration. Like, how did I get so close so many times for so long, but still couldn't Rocher Limit pull off the like, was spectacular enough for her to talk to me, hug me, or jump into my lap. But as a man or woman, at some point in time, you have to learn to deal with failure. So in a Ghost of Christmas future Thor News Year 8 level. That bitch has been around my mind straight up for decade. And Earth has like 7 billion people. Yeah. Man, you know what I'm saying? So like, there are many times where I just look at you or I'm doing whatever and I'm not saying anything or making any noise. But inside, I'm like, what do our hips feel like in my hands? Damn. 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 There was a part of Saturday Night Live where Al Gore was sitting in a hot tub and everybody's like, oh, he's not running for re-election. And so during this section, this beer, I guess, is Planetary Defense Commander, Star-Lord New Thor 7. In this moment, it feels like I'm not running for re-election. It's almost like a video game. Dungeons and Dragons. Some of you kids may not understand what I am talking about. But in Dungeons and Dragons, they would break individuals down into attributes. And your attributes, you would get scores. In Dungeons and Dragons, you had things like charisma, dexterity, strength, stamina, intelligence. And what I'm trying to say is that bitch got high scores across the board. And that's why I spent the majority of my life before lockdown time foxhole is running around meeting people. It was mostly in America, bro. Absolutely. For sure, without a doubt. So maybe I went crazy because I was haunted by her ghost. Although she's still alive, so that makes it extra weird. What a wild 8 years. And between us, that is how I chose my 40s. Like all the things I could do. I was like, yo, I'm gonna make the coolest videos every day. And then I was like, oh, I'm gonna be Planetary Defense Commander. Because I've always felt like I was part of the Thor family since I was born. It's like I was a Norwegian Thor Christian. People are like, that's weird, that is crazy. That's not what Christianity's supposed to be. And I was like, what? Oh, whoa. You know, it's like telling a Native American, like, you can't represent the spirit, the divine spirit, great spirit, and Jesus. It don't make no sense. There's a very Old Testament, New Testament vibe to everything. And for most of my life, I've been talking about the newest testament, meaning like the living word with us. Here, now, alive. What's it talking about? Oh, here's more crazy shit. Now, you guys got me fucked up. There's a thing that astrologers talk about called Tecumseh's Curse. Because, like, partially... that like to set up America, United States of America, you had to destroy like 95% of the population that was here before natively. And so by doing that, in a post-original sin world, the Americas set up a giant fucking sin where like they wiped out their own form of Aztecian Kabbalism, Spanish Inquisition shit. And so the American Indians, supposedly there was a curse put on the people who wiped out the natives, which would be the USAians. And so the year the royal conjunction happens in an election, many times, at least when it happened in an earth sign, the president of the United States dies. Although when it happened the one time it was in the air sign, Reagan, he just got wounded. And so that is like a conversation we were having in the 90s, where we were like, hey, everybody's talking about freedom and patriotism and that like America, America, America. But to set up the USA, he basically had the Spanish Inquisition wipe out 27 million of 30 million people against their will. And it wasn't even for the dollar, it was for fucking Jesus. So they just stacked a super negative chip on top of the original sin that had been forgiven by Jesus. And so that is some major shit we have been dealing with for 300 fucking years. Like super major. If we're talking on super mythological, God, angel, planetary, people levels, yo, bro, raise your game back up to what we should know. We were having this discussion in the 90s. Right around when Kurt Cobain died. "30 years before freedom fries." Anywho, so the whole Tecumseh's curse that this is some shit that's been around longer than I've been alive. Like, whatever's happening now between the Republicans and the Democrats, I didn't start that shit. Whatever's happening between the Middle East, I didn't start that shit. Whatever's happening between China and America, I didn't start that shit. What is happening between Russia and America, I didn't start that shit. Like, none of these fucking fights, none of these fucking wars did I start. But as your planetary defense commander, I have been here trying to solve them, mediate them, and prevent World War III. Or another situation where you have the Americas get fucking slaughtered again from 30 million to 23 million. And then they inject 500,000 slaves and like, fuck, dude, that is what we are trying to avoid. That is this the 6 or is this the 7 or is it the 8? As far as Hopi timelines, I don't know. I'm hoping it's the 7 or the 8. For 20 years, everybody's been saying it's the 6. And it would be great to build a safe city in a safe country in a safe place for the best musicians, comedians, and cooks. I would like to live in a world where Jesus, Jimi Hendrix, and Tom Petty can live to be 90. And it feels like during the end of fucking Capricorn, you got a lot of people who are willing to throw away a bunch of people for fucking Bitcoin. But there is a lot I do not know. And the closer we get to 2021, the more you will hear me say that there is a lot I do not know. I do not know what the future brings. But I really love the fact that now I get to sit with you, 34 people. I did, there are even 34, like 34 of my teammates here with me now. That is very Decembering. So thank you. And I had a pretty tremendous Thanksgiving. I got to hang out with Autumn, a bunch of cool people, and two guitar, like, I was singing and two people were playing guitar. One person was playing a ukulele. It's like a rainbow ukulele. And the group popped out two badass jams, bro. And one of the most magical things you will ever have happen is if you can get a group that can just come up with a song and vibe together in that moment. That is pure, absolute, unadulterated magic. Everybody's on the same riff, everybody's on the same vibe, and everybody's smiling and laughing. He's an inside homie. And I didn't have an instrument, so I was singing. Because although I play guitar, I'm just serviceable at best. There are many more guitar artists out there who are natural and blow my mind. And so the first chorus of the song, I don't remember it in time, but it was like, I am clocking out on the war, 'cause I don't wanna fight anymore. I am clocking out on the war, 'cause I don't wanna fight anymore. And then the second song was, the river is strong. The river runs strong. The river runs deep. But like I say, you had two super guitar players and then a drummer either playing ukulele or guitar. There was some golden ratio guitar shit happening. It was good. It was okay to Fibonacci me man in that moment. You know what I'm saying? And I got to drink some Psych wine. I don't know, there's an asteroid called Psych. Psych. What was the whole point of that? Oh, that was magic moments that happened for Thanksgiving. Oh, for 8 years, watch this first time. I farted! Woo! I'm just like you. We're all human. We all pass a little gas sometimes. I don't know. If I had to be honest, or if I had to remember correctly, I would guess that was my third technical fart on air. I think over the years, I've cut one and left it. Though the other times I think I recorded it, just audio, and it showed up and I was like, hey, I farted. Okay, can I tell this story? Back when I would work with lawyers as the audio video guy. Okay, so you can have a room, and in that room you can have an opponent, and you're the guy there videotaping. And on either side you can have up to like 8 lawyers or more. And on two you have the defendants and plaintiffs. So you can have like 10 lawyers, 12, like on both sides against each other. Like the defendants could have up to like 6 or 7 different teams of lawyers groups, and then the plaintiff will have like him and the lawyer and the lawyer's team. But so you can have like one team plaintiff versus like 7 teams defendant, especially if it's in like a construction case, a real estate based. And so you're still thinking about it, like this is a room where you got like 14. You're talking it can be anywhere from like 100,000 to millions of dollars worth of that is riding on this case, and everyone's being paid by the hour. And so like this small room is incredibly charged with emotion on like levels you will see most of the times in any transaction between human beings, of energy, feelings, and communications. And so if you have both sides really fucking mad at each other, and that like where you have arguments and fights and yellings about to break out, well, the best things you can do is fart as the videographer. Because like there's nothing that brings everyone back to reality, that like real worldian shit, that like everyone's always trying to hide their farts 97% of the time. But that if you fart in front of 10 fucking lawyers and they're like, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean for that to come out, you have just let all the fucking air out of the room. And I guarantee you, laughter is going to follow. Where like nobody believes, like no one in that room had ever been in a room before where someone fucking farted. But so like as a videographer, if you're at like a Thor level of coolness, if you have, actually it's more than 5 adults about to kill each other for any fucking reason that are all wearing fucking ties, all you gotta do is fart, and in that single fart you bring everybody back down to reality. But, you know, at some point in time they had guillotines. So if you get too wrapped around the fart mentality, like rah, 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 you have to remember they at one point in time had guillotines. I don't know. I just had a thought about fucking 2021. Like, bitch, dude. Nickel, please. I don't like me having to explain to people that the coronavirus is real and you don't want to give it to your mother or grandmother is a whole different fucking level than vaccines themselves. And it was like a point that I would like to make to my own mother and my mother's sisters, or the Texas Angel, or even Rose. Because Rose next door. That like, I think right now your chances of dying from the virus are much greater than your chances of dying from the fucking vaccine. So if presented with the vaccine tomorrow, I would probably fucking take it. And so one of the things that is totally geared up to all of humanity over 2021 and 2022 is the rollout of the vaccine. That we have never seen anything happen in that situation on that scale in the entire fucking lifetime. And so to have YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, everyone, like all this run rampantness of fear of a vaccine, and to have a 300, that mean that like the military, and when I say military, I mean the protectors that keep it standing across the board, whether it be the Israeli military, the fucking Russian military, Chinese military, American, like those protecting their own grandmothers and fucking children. Like if you can't have your own military protect the vaccine that has been given to the own fucking soldiers, like if you've gotten to that type of negative fucking level, like yeah, I don't even know, man. That like I have been trained and equipped to deal with like pandemic, plague, virus, avoid that shit. And that what will happen over the next 1 or 2 years, that like as much as I've not liked dealing with the fucking coronavirus and communicating how to defense and what to do the whole fucking time, the whole vaccine fucking level is on a whole different fucking level. That it's almost like trying to, like, they vaccinated people for fucking smallpox. Smallpox was killing everybody. They vaccinated everybody for smallpox, and then everybody celebrated Joseph Salk because he saved millions of fucking lives. And so we're going into a period where now you've got to like vaccinate everyone, especially the older people, and you have half the people in total fucking fear of the vaccine itself. So that if I continue Planetary Defense Commander in 2021, I gotta become a vaccine salesman. And it's like, fuck, man. I've been a peace salesman. I've been a avoid the fucking virus salesman. I've been a avoid World War III salesman. I've been a team salesman, a family salesman, an honor salesman, a cool salesman. That vaccine is a whole fucking different fucking level. That I'm telling you now, as I do, that if they offered it to me or my mom in the next 3 months, would I take it? Yeah, probably. Because like I said, mathematically, it seems like the chances of me fucking dying are greater from the virus itself than the vaccine. And I don't think it's the mark of the beast. And I have like mark of the beast fucking fatigue. I've been hearing about the mark of the beast since the fucking 80s. Like Iron Maiden was pounding, like Iron Maiden was making me ask, what is the mark of the beast in like 84? It's like in 84, I'm got all the X-Men, I got all the superheroes, I got Iron Maiden, Metallica. Well, not necessarily Metallica yet, but like in Iron Maiden it's like Mark of the Beast. And so for 30 fucking 6 years, we've been playing this Mark of the Beast riddle. And so do I think the Mark of the Beast is a fucking vaccine? No. I would guess it was a dollar. A dollar bill with a pyramid on it. I would think like the New World Order has been here since the 1900s. The dawn of the industrial age, which pre-industrial age is the future, super futuristic, man. To a 30,000 year human society, when you got light bulbs in the car and toilets, that was a major fucking step into the future. And so, as unenjoyable as the election discussions have been, the political discussions have been, the virus discussions have been, the vaccine discussions are just going to be 100 times fucking shittier. Where, like, I don't have kids, but people who have, like, you're gonna have like 30% of the people, 20% of the people who would rather die than take a fucking vaccine. How am I doing? Am I back to super handsome yet? And so yeah, here we are, 12 or 11 days before the great solar eclipse, although it will be seen in South America. Okay, so Capricorn is kind of like the one, and then supposedly Aquarius is like the team. And there was a time or two that Trump did claim to be the chosen one. Well, I would guess that losing an election by 6.9 million votes would suggest he's probably not the chosen one. Dude, my set design has to improve. You know, one thing that has really not improved that much in the last year and a half has been my health and my set design. Crap, I just unplugged it. Hey, what's up? Whoa. How are you? Hi. Maybe I'll become a fashion model. Who knows? The possibilities are limitless. If I had to choose between pistachios or macadamia nuts, and like what I would sell as a fashion model, why not both? You know? Fucking pecans, maybe almonds. I don't even know. I don't even know. Peanuts. Hey, it was Peanuts' 70 year anniversary. So Charlie Brown has been around for like 70 years, man. So you had like Charlie Brown for 20 years, and then came rock and roll. So yeah, I'm talking about Snoopy, Jesus, and Jupiter. Yeah, I'm talking about Jesus, Jupiter, and Snoopy. Hey, have I shown you my hammer? Okay, great. Can you still see my triceps? Do I still have triceps? Maybe I'll become a bodybuilder. Fuck yeah, what about a breakdancing bodybuilder fashion model? You know, in 2021, I guess we're gonna have to adapt to a new world. We're all in precarious positions. I want to stop talking about politics. I want to stop talking about politics. I want to stop talking about politics. But man, that speech that our president gave for 46 minutes today was fucking crazy. That was nuts. That was nuts. It was nuts. And so I don't know what the fuck is gonna happen. Like, are they literally gonna have to drag him out? Because like today, Bill Barr was like, yeah, we haven't found any major evidence of major fraud that would change the outcome of the election. Brian Krebs, head of the CISA, said that the other day. You have multiple senators, governors from the Republican side saying, yo, there's no evidence of major fraud. And so if you're racking up cases one of fraud or people that back you and your allegations, that dude has not been doing good. And he's not been doing good all 2020. Like, he keeps fucking throwing it in the fucking dirt. That, like, the fucking fruit of his tree continues to be bad. And I want to get back to the fact that his fucking brother died the day Uranus went fucking retrograde. That was a bad sign for him. That, like, me, not related to him, unattached to him, as Planetary Defense Commander, I'm doing my fucking best to keep him alive. That if we're looking for signs for 2020, the fact that Brad Parscale, the head of the fucking Death Star media conglomerate thing, he got arrested for beating his wife. Like, the whole thing on July 7th, the eclipse on July 4th, where he had his hat in his hand and that rally didn't go well, or the post-rally surges of fucking coronavirus in those specific motherfucking areas. That, like, what is his fucking high point of 2020? That if you had to pick one moment of, like, that was the day where Trump was like, I fucking kicked everybody's ass. I did great. This was my high moment of 2020. What moment fucking was it? What day? Was it the day he was in Oklahoma trying to throw rallies when the pandemic fucking broke out in America? Where, like, he could barely fucking put 3,000 people in an Oklahoma fucking stadium? Was it the day 6.9 million more fucking people voted for him? It was like, what fucking day of this fucking year was the sun and the moon shining on him? He's had a rough go of it all year long. From day one to fucking every fucking day. And the guy fucking straight up said the virus would just disappear. He kept repeating it would fucking disappear. He kept saying the thing would just fucking disappear. Like, if he had his own fucking YouTube channel, he made multiple fucking videos where he told everyone, hey guys, the virus is just going to fucking disappear. Or the virus can disappear after the fucking election. As a guy with a YouTube channel, I put out the correct information all year. It's so if Jupiter and Saturn are karma and luck. No, karma and luck are not fucking shining upon him, especially on a day where we've reached a new record of American deaths from the corona fucking virus. And then I don't think he has an ounce of Christmas spirit in him. Peace on earth. goodwill towards all men. And that he, in a month, has raised $150 fucking million and I, in 24 hours, supposed to raise $1,000 for Thor News. And you can send that too if you are willing and able, after taking care of your family, your friends, your pets, to Thor 5430 Birdwood Road, number 416, Houston, Texas, 77096. And since the election, he has not shown a simple fucking thought or concern to the pandemic and virus itself. That, like, it is not even enter his brain. He wants to take credit for the vaccine. And he caring about the outcome of the election. Other than that, he doesn't give a single fucking fuck. Now, as Planetary Defense Commander, talking about the virus is one of my least favorite fucking things. And that by even putting up a video today, I looked at a couple comments and was like, bleh. Where I'm like, shut the fuck up. We're now at the data point of how much, what is our peak fucking death day? Is it 3,000 dead? Is it 4,000 Americans dead in one day from the virus? Is it 5,000? Is it 6,000? Is it 7,000? I don't need anybody else's opinion on the fucking matter. We've already reached a brand new fucking peak, December 2nd. So now it is a matter of how high will it go? How many people will die? I don't know if we're going to play this game for 6 weeks or 9 weeks. But I do know that the government, the Republican and the Democrats, know that it has been coming. They've known about the winter wave the entire fucking time. And they could have handed some type of package to all Americans in front of Christmas. Your Christmas rent is paid. Your December fucking electricity is taken care of. You will not get kicked out of your house between now and fucking July. They could have fucking set the tone for everybody to have a fucking great Christmas by now. And they still can. And so to some weird fucking energetic war that is ancient, that has existed and been predated far beyond me. Far beyond Jupiter and Saturn's birthday. With free will and destiny now happening. And so up until now, all good ideas like that, we're like, yeah, you give everybody a good Christmas. And you try to take care of people from now until fucking July. And sure, it is okay if people make more money by staying home, taking care of their family for the next 8 months than when they did it at their regular 9 to fucking 5 in a non-pandemic condition. Ooh. like a December plan of keep everybody in their homes, pay their fucking bills for December and January and February without a doubt. That was the way to go. And it is the way to go. And any fucking discussion about Trump or Biden or socialism, capitalism, communism, those are all, you're on team fucking dumbass. They're like you're dragging us backwards into fucking caveman days. We need to figure out how to get to the next 100 days. No politician is big enough, no system. Like, we have to figure out how to get to the next 100 fucking days without trading in human lives for Bitcoin. So yeah, it definitely feels like, from my point, and that you do have groups that are powerful that want to reduce the population from 7 billion to much less than it is now. And I can't allow that to happen on my watch. And even if I'm not Planetary Defense Commander, I'm not kosher with that shit. Like, we already have a Thanos type situation happening where a new form of depopulation has started. You know what I'm saying? And I'm grateful I'm still alive. And I've said the energy should change, and I think it's going to get better after fucking the 21st. So we shall see. And I've got less than 20 days to get there. And I haven't been kicked out of my apartment. I think I'll still have electricity. I think I'll be able to transmit video to you guys. So that is exciting. And December is definitely going to be the most exciting month of our entire lives. And I don't really think 2021 is going to be a cakewalk either. But dang shucks, man. Feels like it has been battles and battles and battles and battles and battles and battles upon battles for me from 2015 until now. A lot of times people are like, don't give up, don't quit. And I was like, okay, I won't, you know. Plus, I kissed a lady the other night. She kissed me. It's a little both. So that 3-year Taylor curse is totally busted. And that is exciting to me. And you could chalk it up to one of the signs that the Capricornian energy is it's fading. Like, it's going to end. We could see light at the end of the tunnel. You know what I'm saying? Like, I've had the light all over my face. It felt good. So yeah, I'm not going to quit. I'm not going to give up. But out of 7 billion people, we all get to make choices and decisions, and it reverberates in a butterfly effect across everything. And so a lot of people have been making weird or bad decisions. It does seem like. So just like Trump, But now that fucking dumbass, 46, like he has been hilarious. Trump has been like the greatest comedian ever in fucking November. It's like he just is in his own fucking fantasy world. Although he's getting a lot of people killed and it's not helping. But I'm saying that like the 2015 through 2020 style just don't work no more. And so watching that team double down, double down, and they've been doing it for a while. And they keep fucking losing. It's going to create some very interesting situations over the next 2 months, 3 months, and beyond. And there is the Tecumseh curse energy. It only hangs over 2 people. And I'm not sure all astrologers have figured that out. Although I'm sure there's no benefits to being the one to figure it out. The old Cassandra syndrome. You know what I'm talking about? Alright. So I've tried to be cool, stay honest. And I put a lot of faith. I've invested a lot in people and karma and luck. And Jesus and God, of course. So who knows what the fuck is going to happen? But is it the 3rd yet of December? I don't even know. Yeah, it is. Congratulations. Happy December 3rd, y'all. One moment, please. So yeah, you know, you can unsubscribe if you want. I think at some point I'm going to get vaccinated. And so, you know, it's like making it 8 more months. And then, if you make it 8 more months, you party like a fucking rock star. Like, I don't even understand the whole, what is the vaccine going to do in a negative term that we're talking about here? Is it going to control your mind? Dude, do you even know what it would be like to control the minds of 7 billion people at once? That would take such a, I mean, maybe the super AI can do it, but it's just hard for me to fucking fathom as like some type of capitalistic juncture progress thingy. So mind control seems out of it. Like if they're going to do a vaccine, the vaccine might be able to give you like diabetes, might be able to give you like autism, it might be able like, I don't even know. Like, I don't know the core understandings of rejecting the entire. Because the whole thing with the mark of the beast is like you can't buy or sell without it. And it's like the whole dollar bill. Like I said, if I had to pick, fuck, it seems like the dollar bill was it. Which technically would make us all sinners. Then it goes back to forgiving original sin. Being alive is complicated. And then my mind still goes back to Joseph Salk. Like, Joseph Salk wasn't bad. Like, they invented Bex. So, and the whole thing about, like, if you understand microdusting, like, they could have microdusted you. Okay, here's how to, let me try to explain it to you, broski. The space shuttle that they used to fly around and land shit, or the module they had to land on the moon, like, all of the power that it took to compute that shit is in your, like, generation 1 iPhone, and we're multiple generations beyond. And so, if you're talking about basic microchip, you're talking about, like, the law of science, what is it called? Where, like, the technology, 3.5 years, new technology, Moore's law. And so the whole, like, microdusting, how small they can make it and how much powerful information they could put in it. Like, yeah, they could have microdusted you a long time ago just in your water or potato chips, man. They don't need to fucking inject you with that shit. They have many other ways. Technically, through using or controlling waves, they don't need to fucking put a chip inside of you. Your brain is your fucking chip. So the whole discussion seems mildly dumb. And that Ray Dalio was basically saying, like, New World Order was 1900 shit. So we're now in 2020, which is the future, so nobody knows what the fuck is going to happen next. I'm glad Charlie Brown and rock and roll are with us. So, like, what are you taking into the future? I'm like, okay, for me personally, it's like Jesus Christ, Charlie Brown, Snoopy, and rock and roll. Plus all of my crushes. Every single one. Okay, 8 years store news. So it's like a month. Okay, choose between us. So it's like a month or two after I made out with Taylor. Like, making out with Taylor was such an event. Like, the energy was like, woo. I was like, how do I come down from this woo energy? And the Texans cheerleading squad had, like, an open practice. Like, hey, you can come down before tryouts, 2 weeks before tryouts. You can come down and practice if you're a cheerleader, or practice with the Houston Texans cheerleading squad. And so I was like, oh, all right, that sounds like the thing to do. It sounds like on that level to come down, decompress. And so I went into this bubble, and it felt like it was like between 100 and 300 women trying out for cheerleaders and like 2 other dudes. And so I just remember when I walked in there, and it was like me and 2 dudes and like more than 100 women, cheerleader women, like in this little bubble by Houston Stadium. That, like, the smell, like, I was like, oh my God, you put 100 of these cheerleader women together in this little bubble, and it smelled so good. I couldn't, and the energy was fantastic, but I was saying the whole smell of, like, everybody that came there coordinated their smells to smell good, except for me. I probably smelled musty and, like, danger. Yeah, that was cool. That was awesome. And then I tried to do the workout, but I was more like Chris Farley Thor. It was like fat guy doing pro cheerleader workout with your pro cheerleaders. I technically stole the fucking show that day, and it was cool, you know. And if you look at the photo taken of me with them, the smile on my face is giant. I put all my effort into those high kicks. If I peaked, if all my peak moments in life happened, hell no. Just this weekend, the jam was sweet. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, so I ain't giving up, bro. Ma'am, dude. Made it. Moon River. Yeah, there's so much shit happening. And as much as I talk, there are definitely things I do not discuss. Because at this point, it's like, what's the point? For example, just not deal what I'm talking about. The whole, like, when they had everybody run to Parlor. Here's another crazy fucking thing. Okay, man, it's this whole, okay, you gotta understand there are things like utilities where, like, technically everybody's supposed to get water and electricity. And that there's no monopoly on water, electricity, or phone service, right? If you're hanging with me. And so social media is not a utility. I don't know if you're on high level shit and understand what the fuck I'm talking about. Basic shit. Fucking monopoly shit. That, like, social media is not a utility. It's like if Fox News doesn't fucking allow your programming on its air, that doesn't technically make it censorship because there are other channels you can fucking air your fucking opinion or videos or words. And so that, like, Twitter, Facebook, Google, Instagram, they all have techopolies. It's not technically a monopoly. Like, it skirts the corporate law definition border completely, 1,000% in the future. So that, like, yeah, they're like cigarettes where, like, you can survive without them, and someone or a bar or someone denying you drinking at their establishment, it is their right to do. And so that whatever censorship discussion that is going on around those corporations is fucking false. And that they're more like mafias, where, like, there is only one area you can monetize your videos, and that is Google, YouTube. And that at this point, like, Facebook is still, like, some weird subdomain, but Twitter has mastered the instant information. And so it is weird that, like, in my opinion, regardless of what views have said, me and Cranky Weather Guy have been like the kings for the last 5 years of weather Twitter. And I don't mean that disrespectfully, as good kings or Hurt Mertz and Riggs, like, we have run weather Twitter with a cool, awesome factualness, no bullshit. And that if whether Twitter was like a fucking army over the last 5 years, uh, we are cool fucking whether Twitter, Coast Guard, National Guard, Army, whether Twitter. And that whether it be earthquakes, hurricanes, volcanoes for America, we show up and we show up fucking well across the board. And no matter how many people call in sick, our team is deep, far, and wide, and educated and smart, and cuts out all the fucking bullshit. And that's so like we've kept our political bullshit out of the weather. And that's so like if you're gonna split off from Twitter, and so it's like just like we've been team hashtag WX Twitter, that you having the entire like YouTube community saying fuck you Jack, fuck you Twitter. We're going over to Parler. So it is now going to be hashtag WX Parler versus WX Twitter. In that respect, for WX Parler, it would always be snowing. And the solar activity would always be minimal. Okay, but the main point is they had a thing called controlled opposition. So if they like have a set up place for people to run with their opinions, I would try and think a couple steps ahead of time. And no information on the internet is ever fucking safe in any way, shape, or capacity. There's so much crazy shit going on. I'm so glad I get to transmute from the period of 5 years where I know everything to, man, there's so much I do not know. Fuck, I would run craft services of Matthew McConaughey's governor campaign as long as he was about being cool, staying cool, enjoying life, and embracing being a Texan to the fullest, legalizing marijuana, rock and roll, and no fighting in the state. I would run craft services on his fucking governor campaign. And so the next 2 years are probably about making sure your town or city is cool and functioning, as opposed to worrying about national politics. That like the other day I made a decision. For like me, thinking about my mama, like, hey man, we got a better chance of dying from the virus than we do the vaccine. So yeah, I'm into the vaccine. I don't know when I'm gonna get a chance to take it. But yeah, sure, I'll take it. And then we both get to party like rock stars. Then I would have taken it, and so that like, what negative will happen? I don't know. It's all an adventure. It is all a crapshoot. It's all something you gotta vote for. With your actions. And I would hope if it was something bad, I would hope my inner Gaiju energy would be able to overpower it completely, just like Neo versus the Matrix. That like Neo wasn't super fucked up and totally overpowered when they injected the fucking virus straight into his veins. I mean, I don't know if you've ever had your own inner alchemy shit that you've been dealing with. And technically, on an Asteroid Fight Club level, I've been telling you to deal with it for the last 8 years. Where if you're going to party, you better party smart. And no matter what, you better control your atoms, including your genitals. They're like, yeah, you can drink and smoke and hang out, but you always got to keep a level head. And you are playing defense the whole motherfucking time. And so, vaccines kind of same shit. That if you take it, yeah, on some level, you are definitely being your own fucking Neo. And as Neo, do you have a better chance of fighting the vaccine versus the virus? Right now, yeah. If I have to binary option it, I'm taking vaccine, bro. Joseph fucking Salk. Air Force, Marines, Navy, Army, Coast Guard. Like, hopefully, yeah, we have checks and balance that are still keeping the nerds from getting too super evil. Like, at the end of the every day, this is still a fucking group. This is still a team. This is still family. Like, we have to keep the tenets of humanity upstanding. Fuck, I will take a shot of gin to that. So, you've seen me break all my rules. I've now drank Coppola wine. I had a beer. I'm now about to get bombayed with the gin. Ooh. Nelly dogs. Hi. With the heat. I'm real breathing now, Louise. Real breathing now. Put on your little outfit and meet me out on the trapeze. All right. Shout out to my buddy Jason Kaufman. A shout out to all my buddies ever that have existed throughout the universe. Shout out to anyone who ever made me laugh. And shout out to every single human being that ever enjoyed waking up from a good dream. You know how you have a dream that is awesome? And you wake up and you're like, no way! I was having this crazy dream. That crazy dream was awesome. Like, if I had a choice, I would have stayed in that dream world longer. Yeah, I don't even know, man. If I was rich and could avoid therapy, at some point, I would definitely have seen a therapist. But, like, dear therapist, I think about Selena Gomez a lot. Her voice is fantastic. And there's something about her hips, man. And then he would say some shit, some scientific shit, that would make me saner. Because technically the whole thing would be like, you want to touch your hips, and by you touching her hips with your hands, you will make her make noises. And in theory, if you touch her hips well enough, she will make some fantastic baby dinosaur noises. And I would love to hear what the psychiatrist guy would say. If I was rich enough to fucking pay for, like, tell me how to deal with my Selena Gomez issue. Crushes are weird, man. And women that have great voices, I like doing what I can to keep them talking. I'm like, hey, your voice is cool. I like to hear it. So now I'm talking dumb. Fucking A, Jen. What has you done to me? Somehow, just focusing on Selena and ignoring the other 6.99999 million women on the planet, well, I guess it's 3.5. I keep myself safe and my heart protected from being shattered. You guys ever seen Superman? You know, the Christopher Reeve one. I don't know what's going to happen next. Baby, I do not know. That is so crazy. We made it to 12. 1, 2, 3, 2020. 1, 2, 3, 2020. You and me. 1, 2, 3, 2020 now. That is pretty cool. 1, 2, 3, 2020. You and me. It's kind of funny. So, in my sitcom pandemic scenario, I've been on Friends, and Friends is definitely an amazing show. Really well written. Joey is definitely my favorite character and the funniest of the bunch. Although everybody's great. And Ross is not that likable until season 5 when he starts to go crazy. Then he's super likable. Funny. Shout out to Phoebe. Gosh dang, Courtney Cox is gorgeous. Super gorgeous. And so maybe Friends fucked me up because there was like the super funny guy, always has something funny to say, gets the super gorgeous girl who is really, really, really great at planning shit and handling details. That, like, Courtney Cox basically gave birth to Leslie Knope. That it would be my votation that there would be no Leslie Knope without Courtney Cox. And I forget where Liz Lemon fits in there. So yeah, if I had to give babies with a woman, it would probably be with a Courtney Cox, Liz Lemon, Leslie Knope, Hermione type mold. And our babies would be beautiful and cute. And I would wait until they would be at an age where they could speak and form sentences. And I would be like, ask me some questions. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, man. Dreaming about the future is fun. Hey, I'm gonna get another beer. And the next chapter of this drunk fest shall be talking about James Bond and Steven Spielberg plus Quentin Tarantino. Star Trek, I guess. Sure? Okay, great. Yes! Oh my God. I want to be a fashion supermodel every day. Drinking lobster martinis at the Chateau Marmont. That video was an editorial. Satirical. I'm totally fucking wasted. Hello, party people, if you just joined me. I'm totally fucking wasted. Some people are like, you are just a drunk. I'm like, hey man, it is totally true. My drinking is up in 2020. And my farting on camera is through the roof. Exponential deviations upwards. All we are saying is give peace a chance. All we are saying is give peace a chance. You know what is weird, man? Yeah, I'm throwing a fundraiser. On the day we are setting the record for the most Americans dead from the corona fucking virus. I've had a full bottle of Francis Ford Coppola wine. I'm now having a second beer after a shot of fucking gin. But I would really like to know, as Planetary Defense Commander, on a day where we have set the record for most people to die from this fucking Thanos virus, how the fuck do you expect me to be acting after I have been acting all year long? It's like one of the things that is weird about supposedly Jupiter and Saturn plus Pluto and Capricorn is it is kind of like pushing on a string where you will work and 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 you will not be able to manifest much. And that so your manifestation engines don't start until you get out of Capricorn. Like Saturn and Saturn's home are the current trying to find out how strong of a swimmer you are. And they're going to force you to be the best swimmer you can be. Like you are top sperm impregnating the egg. And so I definitely believe I have done a good job as Planetary Defense Commander. Anyone who had to tell everybody every day to play defense, wear a mask, protect your grandma, protect your mama. I did good, bro. On top of avoiding World War III, on top of avoiding fucking gang wars, top of avoiding all wars, I've done a good fucking job. And we have taken hold in the winter wave. And me and Cranky would guess and say, yeah, it's got like a month-ish gestation period and technically can't pop up out of the blue, it seems. And so who knows who will live or die in the next fucking year and a half. But I'm gearing myself to believe that I am going to last for at least 10 to 20 fucking years. My dad made it to 64 and my stepdad made it to 73. I am 48, so on those standards, it gives me at least 16 more years on this fucking planet, man. I'm going to try and have as much fun while being as cool as possible. And it would be nice before my next girlfriend. I said I would like to kiss 100 women. Now that is now down to 99. And cheers to women. I love y'all. So it's just like, the captain on a starship in Star Trek. Like, you've been my team for like 5 or 6 years. And so I've been trying to protect y'all and your family. And the virus is definitely some weird shit. And as I've said many times, the Air Force wears masks, firemen wear masks, nurses and doctors wear fucking masks. That like at some point in time in Space Force type of situation, you wear a mask, but like maybe it is not helping you, but hey, it is definitely not fucking hurting you. Do you remember that time I told you that story where as the guy who videotaped shit for lawyers, when I got hired, like there was a beer plant that melted the fuck down. Like it caught on fire and half of the beer plant fucking burned down. And so I had to stand in a burned building with all these horrible rotten fucking chemicals. I don't think I had a mask though. Well, I think maybe I wore a mask. I wore a mask. I think it was one of the really good ones. And the warehouse was like really hot, so I was sweating my ass off. But I was sitting there for hours, videotaping all the shit. So it's the whole mask. Like, man, I ain't wearing a fucking mask. Like, fuck, man, what Spider-Man, Air Force, Marine. Like, at some point in time, life calls upon you. Like California wildfires, Colorado wildfires. At some point in time, stand on top of a mountain when it's snowing, life calls upon you to wear a fucking mask. So the mask fear to me is just retarded, with no disrespect to the most special people on earth, who have a better connection to God than most of us. So it's almost like Boy Scout camp. We're walking through Base Woods, and you get like 3 Boy Scouts. They're like, "No, man, we heard that if you wear a mask, there are demons in the forest that will come out and sucker punch you and cut you into bits, and then turn you into beef jerky and feed you to witches. So don't wear a mask." And I've been like, "No, fuckers. No one has ever no one has ever lost Boy Scouts to fucking witches in the woods because they wore fucking masks. Like a mask ain't gonna hurt you. It's not gonna hurt your brain. It's not gonna hurt your mindset. It's not gonna hurt fucking nothing about you. It's a fucking mask. And so think of the virus as smoke. And so yeah, definitely want to be wearing a mask when there's smoke or not. Like at the end of the day, that is not a big deal at fucking all. The mask compared to the virus vaccine is like nothing. So it's like virus, mask, vaccine. And so the mask should be the fucking easy part. Either fucking way. And women, all women have beautiful eyes, and masks make women's eyes pop. And there's this whole thing, I don't know if you guys knew this, but there was a whole thing where it was like, what it do? I don't know, it's a thing. What it do? I didn't start it, but it was like, what it do? It was about like what their women's mouths or your mouth, what does the mouth do? It's so at some point you put a mask on. And it made you couldn't even see the mouth. You saw the eyes, and the eyes in the woman are the most beautiful feature there is, in my opinion. And so it made women's eyes pop. So it is not, I don't know. Like masks add some type of weird superhero mystery to things. And masks are individualism and express who you are. It's like your Space Force mask. It's like basic levels of humanity. Like wear a mask over your mouth, over your nose. And then to add style upon that, that is crazy, awesome, and fantastic. And if, for lack of a better term, I were garnering points, saving lives, I've definitely been saving more lives over this year, 2020, with the virus than I have been with hurricanes. And so I may get 10 to 100 people yelling at me about dumb shit about every time I post a coronavirus video, but I have been correct all fucking year long. When I say play defense for you, your family, your friends, your neighbors, your mother, your grandmother, your grandfather, your family, your fucking baker, your fish maker, fish chopper, you know, like, I have been on the right side of the conversation all fucking year long. And everyone that I got to listen to me was a win. And it doesn't fucking matter what your feelings or political opinion on that is, that it's just straight up, virus is real, people are dying, it's like Spanish pandemic, Spanish flu. And so by telling people to wear a mask and be safe, be smart, I did good, man. I did real fucking good. So I do not know what is going to happen for the last 14 days. 15, whatever, I'm bad at math, that Jupiter and Saturn are going to be in Aquarius. And I've talked a lot about Mars and Jupiter and Saturn. And you have been able to see with your own eyes Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn in the sky every night. Pretty much. And that Mars is the fastest of the three. Though the moon is the fastest of the four. The Mars will be in the war zone until the start of January. But I'm definitely super fascinated that Saturn and Jupiter will get the fuck out of Capricorn land to Aquarius land soon. Like a horse in a window gif, soon, baby. And that is very, 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 exciting. And it's like, I've been in this fucking foxhole for 4 fucking years. You know? Because it's been my job to lead by example. And it's been rare that I've asked you to stay home or like be smart. But when the time called for it, I did not ask you to do anything I was not doing. Because I knew 2017 to 2020 is going to be fucking crazy, man. Fucking, it's going to be like every movie we ever saw smashed into one in real life, real time. It's like when people talk about life is a simulation, Elon Musk be like, life is a simulation. It's like, okay, when did the simulation start? Who programs and runs the simulation? And who created the simulation? Like, it doesn't matter what bumper sticker you put on it, God, atheist, agnostic, otherwise, there are so many unanswered questions that us caveman, 100 monkeys versus 100 dumbasses, and a monolith between have not answered yet. And so I'm still hung up on the whole real life, dreams, and death. Like 3-act structure. You know what I'm saying? So I'm operating under an assumption that I'm going to last for probably 10 to 20 more years minimum. And so I've got to make sure that we do well and have a good time during the time when I'm here with you. And that we have all inherited the future together. And so I would like to focus on ways where we figure out how we can win. Because it seems like we spent 20 years of people telling us how we are going to lose. And we have survived every single challenge. And by staying cool, I've gotten to kiss some of the most beautiful women on the planet again and again and again and again and again and again and again. So it's like checkpoints in video games, man. Where some dudes are like, man, I just want to make a lot of money, a lot of Bitcoin. I'm like, man, I just want to kiss super fascinating, interesting, spectacular women. And you do you and I'll do me, man. And maybe someday there will be a woman who could put a leash on me for the rest of my life, but it sure as fuck hasn't happened yet. You know what I'm saying? I love you. Gosh, I love the good moments, and I love December. December is absolutely, without a doubt, my favorite month of the year. I've always loved December. I was born December. My mom was born December. It's got Christmas. It's got the New Year. It's got Hanukkah. I think it's Kwanzaa. It's Kwanzaa January 1st. I forget. There's something beautiful, clean, and magic about the winter. And I love the air. Cool, crisp winter air. I fucking love it. I always have. Summer air versus winter air is no contest for me. So yeah, I don't know what's gonna fucking happen. But just like in Thor Ragnarok, everything seems to work out for me. So I highly recommend staying cool. Like staying cool has worked out for me, regardless of your religion or sex, sexuality. And that I have always predicted the Roaring Twenties would. Well, I mean, for years I've predicted the Roaring Twenties would return 2022. By years, I may just mean February through now, which to me has definitely seemed like years. Though it does seem strange to me the time that I've aged in the last 2 years. Like, I don't know, time is a hard thing to calculate. 26 people. We're done. 26 people. Only got 25 more to go before I hit my goal. You know? So I can talk myself down to just one person. I love you. I'm having too much fun. And it's only the 3rd of December. Death is everywhere. And I want to say again something I said for a while. I am a Norse Jedi Christian. Which to me, I believe in the Holy Trinity. So there is a Holy Trinity in my belief system. Norse, Jedi, Christian. So there's some people who are into some type of a Holy Trinity. And then there are other people who choose other numbers. And Christmas is like at the top of the tree in my Holy Trinity. And for me in my lifetime, that time period has always happened in December. You know what is crazy, man? Yo, is that if you believe in astrological signs hooking onto the personalities. Me and my mama are Sagittarius. And Sagittarius is like the only fucking optimist of the entire zodiac, man. Right? Do you even understand what I am trying to tell you now? So out of every person that is on the fucking planet, there's like 8% of us, 8.8%, that have to stay optimistic and that like we are going to make it. Better days are ahead. This too shall pass. So like every other sign in the zodiac at some point in time gets into like Planet X can kill us all. Virus can kill us all. We're all gonna die. Like end times. Everybody else, if you even only have 12 people on your ship, then 11 people can get into their super pessimistic ways, but the Sagittarian always has to bear the responsibility of being optimistic and reminding everyone that this shall continue and the bad times shall pass. Life is about seasons. And so we're in Sagittarius season for sure. At the moment, I get more Christmas lights than I know what to do with. And I have not even figured out how to turn on my tree. And I have made a prediction that right around the first X-class flare, I will be kissing some lady. And so we're up to M class. Like the only thing left on the spectrum is X-class. So that has definitely been one of the predictions I have been focused on for a while. We'll see what happens. Because between us, I feel like I've been nailing fucking bullseyes like crazy. Like if I was a Sagittarius archer, searching for the truth. Stuck in my stable. Just like a horse. Like some days you get to run around in the fields. Some days you're stuck in your fucking stable eating your feed. You know what I'm saying? And so I've been stuck in my stable for like 3 years. I'm definitely ready to run. I'm definitely ready to run. I'm definitely ready to run. Asterisk. I have gotten fat. I have gained weight. My joints are not totally stretched out. So I'm going to have to ease into the running shit. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like a fat horse that's been stuck in its fucking stall for 3 years. But my spirit is ready to run and my body just needs to catch up. And so if my next girlfriend type could be some type of personal trainer, that would be fan-fucking-tastic. You don't always get what you wish for, but sometimes it helps. So like I was trying to say, that my manifestation powers have been garbage asterisk for the last 5 years. But supposedly they're going to get better after the 21st. And I'm excited about that because all I'm wishing is better times for all of us. That is one of the crazy things about Sagittarius, though, is that like we tend to see the best in people, even if it's not there. I mean, technically, in my opinion, I think as a Sagittarius, we see the potential. You always see the potential in someone. Like if they were to make choice A instead of choice B, that like they have the potential. And that so it is your own Sagittarian failing to not get them to choose their best options for who they are. Inspiring and stuff. Crazy shit, right? Totally. Whoa. But they say when people show you who they really are, believe them. And I've spent 8 fucking years showing you who I really am. On camera, good days, bad days, no matter what the fuck the day was. I was all up in your face, up in your eardrums, trying to show you who the fuck I was. I'm definitely so ready for the whole planet to get along. I'm tired of all the wars, all the fighting, all the dumb shit. I'm tired of all the dumb arguments. I'm tired of all the anti-human shit that has been floating around everywhere all the time forever. Asterisk. And I don't know what's going to happen next, but somehow Mama, Daddy, Jim, and everybody else made me some type of fighter. And technology allowed for vaping that be possible. You understand that, right? I used to just be able to smoke. Now I can smoke and vape, or either and. So, you know, that would be like a weird transition where I went from like, yo, dude, I don't give a fuck what I look like, to a period where I want to try and be cute. What is the maximum age that a male can be that he is still cute? Nobody's asked that fucking question. I ain't heard a single person on the planet ask that fucking question ever in my lifetime. So I guess I'm now on a quest. Is male cuteness and awesomeness allowed to return to the fucking planet? I would think so. Ian. And I definitely think I'm cooler than, you know, Ted Cruz. It's just a weird person I picked. Right? Like an easy sandbagger. Boom! Sandbag that shit. Though, Ted Cruz, if at any point in time you want to sit down for like a Between Two Ferns interview, I'm down. My production skills are good enough. I can definitely set up some type of Between Two Ferns. I don't have any people, so I probably can't book Zach Galifianakis for the show, which would up the production value if you could have Zach Galifianakis crash your Between Two Ferns show with Ted Cruz. Then that would, you know, that's some drama you can market. Would have been cool though, 8 years of Thor News and shit, like where I could interview people. Where I could interview anyone and ask them any fucking questions. You could just be random. That'd be a fun show. I would have liked that alternate reality. You know, Mike Brown, the guy who demoted Pluto, I would have loved done a Between Two Ferns ask any question show, although not bad and not the same Zach Galifianakis kind of way. I'm saying I would have tried to been a cool. I did an interview show once for a little while called Thor Talks to Women. I mean, I'm never trying to make my guests look dumb or stupid or sabotage them. It's not my thing. What was it talking about? I don't even know. I don't even know. It's weird. I want to be talking about the fucking Grand Conjunction. We're still talking about fucking election. Weird. December 3rd. Like, we were beyond Thanksgiving. I would definitely go hang out with Trump and his kids and watch Scrooge. I would love that. Like if I could do a Thor News show 8 years, be like me, the whole Trump family, and then we would watch Scrooge. And then I would ask questions after that. Bill Murray could be there if he wanted to. That would be a cool fucking show. You know? But I believe in free will. I believe in alcohol. I believe in destiny. And I believe in electricity. And I was saying before that, like, I think the sun's our protector, and if the sun knocks our fucking lights out, we probably deserved it. But if that shit happened, then I'm definitely losing my Star Lord badge. You know what I'm saying? Running around calling yourself Planetary Defense Commander for 5 years comes with consequences. If you don't get rewards, then you get consequences. And so, to me, December has always been like a report card for your whole year. Like, how did you do that year? Well, December will let you know. And yesterday we set the record for the most Americans dead in one day, and we were only like 170 something off the 9/11 number for a single fucking day. So I've been pushing on a string for a long time. I'm hanging out of the wing until we get to the end of December. And I thank everyone out there for helping me hang on and to make it this far alive. And that if you watched this, knowing I've had a full bottle of wine, almost 2 beers and a shot of gin as Planetary Defense Commander, how the fuck am I, like, how would you even... If you were even going to begin to take any partial responsibility for the status that is Earth today, how would you be dealing with the energy du jour? And just like in Queen's Gambit, free will, every human has their own, makes their own chess move into the future. And so I would say for the next year, we all need mutual aid. We all need to team up and help each other. And that I will pray to God, Jesus, and the Archangel Michael that we are forgiven for all of our sins and that we are shown the way to better days for every single person out there. Now, I do believe love is the strongest power in the universe. And love will find a way and civilization will carry on. And that we do have better days ahead, including the roaring 20s. So God bless everyone and stay cool. And thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, and 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 thank you, thank you, thank you, and thank you, and thank you, thank you, thank you all.